Day 2, let's go.
Hey everyone. Well, first off, I'm so glad to see everyone here again for the second day of our music symposium, seizing our future, the revolutionary music of Duke Ellington, Charles Mingus, Ra Bootsy Collins, and also happy Mother's Day to all the mothers out there. And we love you all very much, and we know it's going to be a really beautiful day today as we delve into the music and thought of Ra and Bootsy and build off of our conversations that we had yesterday about Duke Ellington and Charles Mingus. So today we're going to be viewing a few selections of Ra's huge over of work, but also having a few discussions throughout, and ending with a few selections as well of Bootsy Collins and George Clinton and Parliament Funkadelic, and just a little bit about their philosophy as well before ending with a jazz and funk dance party. So please stay to the very end for that. I'd like to call up my worthy colleague, Dr. Anthony Montero, to give us a few brief words of introduction, as well as a special guest that will be gracing her presence with us today.
Kathy, and good morning to everybody, and happy Mother's Day. And I mean that for everyone, even people who are not mothers, because everybody has a mother. Yes. And it's a happy day for that. This is the final day of what I believe will be, as we go into the future, will be seen as a landmark in the reestablishment of what this music is and what this music must mean as we go forward in the future. I want to say just a few things about Ra, but before I do, I'd like to invite to come up a very brilliant young woman who just happens to be my granddaughter to read a poem. And I don't understand how she was able to do it. Her name is Naima Simone Murray. And so I'll let her read her poem. Thank you very much.
Denied, Naima Simone Murray. Have you ever felt denied like you shouldn't have tried? Well, maybe not everyone sees eye to eye. It's not your fault. It's just the white supremacy by default. White supremacy, the belief that white people constitute a superior race and should therefore dominate society. But does that really abide by me? By me, I mean the black, the new best white man creed. Is that supposed to be a hack? Taking away our rights after we built this entire society. Blues, rock, jazz, footwork, R&B, hip-hop, and the list goes on. Not only musically, these culture vultures steal from me, yet they still don't approve of me after centuries of creating the groove they see. They say BLM, black rights, we're here to fight, but do you really believe in that fact, or is it all just an act? Racist, I hear that word on a daily basis. The N-word, oh that's wrong, but do they truly teach why it's wrong to say in this day and age? At the end of the day, it's the unity that really gives us an opportunity in this toxic community. Let's join together as black brothers and sisters, educate at the same rate as the white man when he decided our so-called fate.
We're having a lot of feelings about what's happening in this society. Yeah. It's very mature. I can't believe that a 12-year-old could write such a poem.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's but, and from Mom, Keisha, would you like to say anything?
I was surprised too.
You were surprised. Well, let me thank you very, very much. I guess I should say to myself, Happy Mother's Day, because 3 of my grandchildren have been here over the last 2 days, a complete surprise for me, and you all met all of them, and I have more where they came from, and I hope they will make it to some free school events too. But Sun Ra is perhaps the most extraordinary figure in the history of American music, and probably in the history of the music of the 20th century, and maybe far beyond. You know, when we were putting this event together, and of course the 3 major figures, Ellington, Mingus, and Sun Ra, and we wanted not only to look at them as composers and musicians, but to explore them from the standpoint of the political and ideological meaning of their music and the meaning of their music philosophically and epistemologically. Now, I don't intend to go into all of that, but it's only to say that there's far more to what they have created than is given credit for. These are geniuses, unsurpassed and unequaled, but Sun Ra is the most, I think, extraordinary of them. And that's not to take anything away from Ellington or Mingus. He has more recorded music than anyone in history. It is almost as though he knew he had to archive what he was thinking and what he was doing. He is so prolific. He seldom slept. And perhaps Ransom will talk to us about his conversations with Sun Ra, I think in the 1980s, 1990s. Every Tuesday, while Ransom was working at Temple University Hospital, they would have conversations. I'm very anxious to hear about them. But Sun Ra was this genius who was always trying to explain to himself where that genius came from. Why did he know more music and understand more music than anyone else? Why, as a child, did he see the world differently from everyone around him in Birmingham, Alabama, the Jim Crow South? Why was it that even when he joined the Fletcher Henderson Orchestra, and he took over from Fletcher Henderson, he took over the piano. That was Fletcher's role. But in Chicago, Fletcher had such confidence in him that he gave the piano seat to Sun Ra. But the musicians in the orchestra never understood Sun Ra. And I think this is something that we discovered. He was severely bullied by other musicians. He was a very shy person, a very giving person, but he had a vision. And so the musicians were constantly saying that he was wrong, that he wasn't doing this right. And for most of his life, there was a form of bullying, especially from jazz musicians, which raises a question about jazz musicians themselves. and what their interests are. But those who understood him joined his orchestra or became supporters of his vision of music. He meets the great John Gilmore, the tenor saxophonist in Chicago, as well as Marshall Allen and Pat Patrick. And all of them were geniuses in their own right. And why would they commit their lives and their careers to this single man, Sun Ra? And why would they all move from Chicago to New York and eventually find themselves in Philadelphia, living in a very modest house in Germantown on Morton Street? Why would they give up creature comforts and fame to follow and help develop the vision of Sun Ra? That is a question that we must ask. But, and I'll kind of end on this. You know, Sun Ra said he was not from this planet. He said he was from Mars or Venus or Saturn, I'm sorry. Say that again? Yes. This is very interesting, and I've tried to understand it. Could someone get a napkin? I've tried to understand it, what he was saying. Did he literally believe he was from Saturn? Maybe, maybe not. Or was he saying his extraordinary consciousness, his extraordinary genius had to come from somewhere else other than here? And that makes a lot of sense. The other thing is, did he communicate with other beings from other planets? And had beings from other planets visited this one? And had certain individuals who had a particular understanding of the world and beyond, were they communicated with by aliens from other places? You know, Sun Ra would often say, and he has so many great interviews, so challenging, he would often say that he is not carrying out his own program in music. He is carrying out the program of superior beings, and that he felt that he was an angel. And in some ways, you'd have to say was. There's no one who could ever say that Sun Ra ripped them off or cheated them or treated them wrongly. Most people would say that he was a kind man, a giving man, a generous man. And I can really understand how Marshall Allen, who conducts the orchestra today at 100 years old, is still driven by that vision. And I think in part it had to do with the kindness of Sun Ra. But just, let me say one other thing about Fletcher Henderson. Sun Ra always appreciated the fact that Fletcher protected him, mentored him from a kind of the bullying that went on. And a guy like, you know, some people, a guy like Sun Ra is easy to bully if you want to do that, you know. So the musicians in the orchestra would often attack and criticize him for the chords he was playing. And he would go to Fletcher, and Fletcher Henderson would say, no, I agree with what you're doing. And Sun Ra would return to the musicians and say, you know, Fletcher said it's okay, so you need to get in line. And the other thing is that Sun Ra always said he wanted to achieve the sound that Fletcher's orchestra had. Although there is strong evidence in his own words and in his music that he was highly influenced by Duke Ellington. So, you know, and my friend Michelle often says that the spirit of Sun Ra is all over the city. It is all over the city. I see it in the art of Barbara Bullock, especially her Jasmine Garden series, which is about aliens, if you look at it properly. I see it, as Michelle points out, in the naming of Ars Nova, solar myth. I mean, that's dead out of Sun Ra. And how Sun Ra sets such a high standard intellectually and musicologically. Intellectually, you know, this idea of a myth science orchestra, you know, myth and science, and his explanation of the function of myth and the function of science. And lastly, again, you know, Sun Ra barely slept. He had all this music in his head. He could, you know, he was just, I won't say tormented, but driven to produce this music constantly and to create constantly an unbreakable creative process. He never rested. I don't think Mingus or Ellington slept that much, you know. But the point I just want to make one other. He never slept. He was always awake. He was always thinking about music. He was always thinking about humanity. You know, he wasn't happy with the world. He was very dissatisfied with where humanity had ended up. And he felt that music was a universal language that might be able to awaken humanity and awaken humanity to the need to save itself. And the thing that he feared most was nuclear war and climate destruction. So he was very much ahead of himself. And maybe we'll have a time to listen to his great organ piece entitled Beyond Hiroshima, and others of his work. Sun Ra might represent the end of jazz and the beginning of a new world movement. And by the end of jazz, I mean, well, first of all, who named it that anyway? And maybe the name needs to be discarded. I think most musicians and composers, Ellington and Mingus, of course, said the name didn't fit what they were doing. But it might be the end of one period of African-American music and the beginning of another one. So we would like to explore that as well. And what does all of that, and what does Sun Ra, what is his message to people who love jazz today, and what is the message and responsibility of jazz musicians? So with that, I'll stop and I'll call on time.
Thank you, Tony. I was called up to also say a few more words to flesh out Sun Ra's life, but in some ways, I think you've laid such a great job that I'm just gonna have to fill in a couple blanks, and then we can move on to hearing some of Sun Ra's music. And so we'll have, again, just to reiterate, we have 2 sections today dedicated to Sun Ra. The first one being titled very aptly, Along Came Ra, explaining, actually a lot of his earlier music. And then the second portion which I think is named very beautifully, The End of the Color Line and Pathways to Worlds Unknown. And so each of those will be followed by some discussion. And I know we're all just really excited to be able to talk about this music together. But yeah, I just wanted to pick up on some of the things that you had laid down, which is that Sun Ra really is one of the greatest musical minds of the 20th century, but possibly even the greatest of this modern epoch. And even as early as the 1940s was creating music that really defied categorization and was really pushing the boundaries of what even sound or music could do in a scientific way. And in some ways, he was just so prepared. I think he really saw the way that we find ourselves today in such a total crisis, a political crisis, but also a spiritual and civilizational crisis of meaning, that he demonstrated that we really have to be prepared for a new world to come. And we have to be prepared to be embodiments of what a newer, a higher spiritual being could be, and not wait for when this world collapses into ruin, but actually do something now with the way we live and the way we treat each other. We imagine the possibilities of music and art and science. And so, yeah, the future that he envisioned, but also when he talked about space that we meant to journey to, I think it wasn't really just, an escapism or a retreat, but actually a very disciplined, conscious, what he called an intelligent reach towards a better world. Yeah, and I feel that what we have really come today to really share with everybody, and also want to embrace with everybody here together as part of organizing this symposium, is that I think we've all felt really, really humbled by the way in which Sun Ra's futuristic vision and the way he lived just really was so ahead of the time that, the world and the state of music had to bend around him and forever be changed. And I really hope that that's something that I know I aspire to do. And I know that we all, feel that moral and spiritual impulse to live our lives with. And so I'll just say a few words about Sun Ra and his life, and then we can listen to some of his music. But he arrived on this earth, as he'd like to say, on May 22nd, 1914. So he was a Gemini in Birmingham, Alabama, as Doc mentioned. He was given the name Herman Cool Blount, but his nickname already from a young age was Sonny. He had a younger sister, and they were all raised by a mother, a great aunt, and a grandmother. And all of these women worked at the Birmingham train station. And in front of the train station, there was these huge letters that said Magic City, which is a very ironic name for the cradle of the Confederacy. But even in this very segregated environment, he felt that he wasn't the same as other children, as he said. He felt that he was incompatible with the world as it was, and he had this unquenchable thirst for knowledge. And while living as a young Black boy in Birmingham, he nonetheless created his own resources to try to answer these deep questions about why the world was the way it was, reaching first for the Bible, but then when the Bible didn't quite give him the answers he wanted, read just about everything from, spiritual science, but also Neoplatonism and particle physics, ancient languages, ancient Egypt, astronomy. Of course, he reached for music as well, because he saw music, as he said, as a scientific way of investigating the cosmos and developing a new language for the way in which human beings are going to have to talk to one another in the world to come. And so with that, he would practice music every day outside of when he wasn't going to high school. He wasn't playing in the orchestra. He was just practicing piano. He was studying Rachmaninoff, studying Chopin, but he was also studying, Duke Ellington and Fletcher Henderson, and knew their scores perfectly, all the music, before he even introduced himself to Fletcher Henderson all those years later. And so it was actually when he was a teenager that he was already was telling people, I'm not from this planet. First, he would say, I'm a descendant of ancient Egypt, but he would also say, I'm a visitor, as you were saying, from Jupiter and Saturn. And so I think it just shows that from such an early age, he was committed to such a totally different worldview, and something he would remain committed to for the rest of his life. Yeah. But at the same time, he would also call himself a black man in the cosmos, the title of a lecture series that he gave at UC Berkeley many years later. And so I just wanted to post that out there whenever I think people, I just think those are not incompatible, but something really, really deep for us to consider. Something else about his early life that I found really humbling was that in World War II, he was mailed a draft letter and he was meant to serve in the US Army, but he actually walked right into the draft board hearing in front of all these white officers and said, I'm not like those other Christian religious or conscientious objectors, and that is not the reason exactly why I'm not fighting for this country, but I just believe morally that peace is our destiny, and you will not make me lift one finger to commit any killings or, lift one finger in the name of this country. And actually, the response of the draft officer was to call him the N-word and said, never met an N-word like you. And he said, you never will, and he walked out. And so it's just like, I think in our studies, or, we've come to meet so many great Black revolutionaries who have taken a stand for peace and have refused the draft. Muhammad Ali, James Lawson, but Sun Ra also belongs in this cast as well. But so he also, this is a side note, and I hope we get to explore this more, but he composed a lot of poetry as well. And I hope that Serafina brings a little bit of this into our conversation today. Wow. But when he was 29, after World War II, he moved to Chicago, as Daphne said, and new avenues opened up for his pursuit of music and truth. He was able to explore all these libraries and bookstores, which previously in Birmingham had been segregated. He visited all these great museums of Chicago, visiting their Egyptian wings, but also picking up books on space and astronomy. And he was also not that far away from the headquarters of the Nation of Islam, where he found a lot of parallels with their cosmology around Black people as a lost original people who were corrupted by the aberration of whiteness, but they were waiting a mothership that would bring to heel white supremacy and take Black folk for freedom. And it was actually here that he changed his name from Sunny to Sun Ra, named after the Egyptian sun god. And so I think the most important thing that he did was to immerse himself in the really rich jazz and blues scene of the South Side, where one night after Fletcher Henderson played his gig, he introduced himself. And the next day, when a pianist that was supposed to play in that gig fell asleep, they called Sunny up, and quickly Sun Ra became their most reliable but also very creative pianist and arranger. And that's where I think he would start to say, like, I had a lot of enemies. I had a lot of enemies because the chords I played was different. But then he said, well, he told all of them basically, look, Fletcher plays a piano, doesn't he? Yes. He hired me, didn't he? Yes. So don't you think that one piano player knows more about the piano than you do? You're playing the horns. And so that was just a defiant attitude that I think he had whenever anyone would, try to box his imaginary in his sound. And so after Henderson passes away in 1952, Sun Ra actually forms the orchestra and, recruiting young and very precocious Black musicians like John Gilmore and Pat Patrick, but, of course, many would join along the way, and they all became, disciples in this new way of thinking, this new way of playing music, this new way of even living. And so in 1961, when they felt that they had exhausted all the possibilities of Chicago and that too many musicians were set against this new sound of theirs, they moved to New York, right to the East Village, where there was this new hunger for a new kind of music, a new kind of jazz in some ways, that in the 60s was really spurred by this new growing militancy and consciousness because of the Black freedom struggle. And so in the East Village, they found themselves in a small home, kind of already reminiscent of their Sun Ra house that they would later build in Germantown, but it was also down the road from so many musicians as well. Ahmad Jamal, Pharoah Sanders, Amiri Baraka, Archie Shepp, Coltrane. But it was very clear that Sun Ra was very, didn't want to just be known as a free jazz musician necessarily. He was really committed to what he was working out and developing a vision that was as distinct and, yeah, you know, far out as he could, that, you know, free jazz didn't feel like the right term, because he would also say that his music wasn't just free, it was actually of the utmost discipline. And so he says, I don't play free music because in some ways there's no freedom in the universe. If you were to be free, you could just play whatever you wanted, no matter what, and it doesn't come back to you. But you see, it always comes back to you. That's why I warn my musicians, be careful about what you play. Every note, every beat, be aware that it comes back to you. And if you play something you yourself don't understand, then that's bad for you and the people too. This is also already at this point, but even more so in New York, their stage performances increasingly incorporated electronic instruments, but also elaborate costumes and capes, props, choreography, dancers, chants and poetry readings, and lights, like multicolored lights. And he called this a cosmic drama that showed how, you know, the world actually had never seen Black men like Sun Ra and the orchestra play in these kinds of new roles before, and they defied all expectations for what the fulfillment, basically, of the purpose of music and musicians had been. And so by 1968, and he moves to Philadelphia, Sun Ra had become entirely confident in his vision and his sound. And so even at this time, he had begun to perform not only around the country, but also around the world. He makes a trip to France and Germany, but also along the way visits Egypt many times, getting to visit the pyramids that he so wanted to see. Also Nigeria, Mexico, but also the Soviet Union. And in many ways, he was just so embraced by the world's people. However, in Philadelphia, as we found, Sun Ra was very unavoidable. He would play in the parks of North Philly. He visited the Penn Museum and the Egypt wing. He was interviewed on the WXPN radio and many others. He lectured at the Free Library and performed at the Painted Bride. And yeah, artists and intellectuals and musicians flocked to his house, and also kind of, you know, yeah, as disciples as well of this great new teaching and this new vision. And so I think something that we all feel in the process of getting to know Sun Ra is how much it is that we feel that his light continues to touch all parts of the city, and we feel this great debt owed to him for making it even possible to dream and to imagine as broadly as he did. And so even today, though, one thing I did want to say is that it's clear that if he was not understood in his time, then today I think there's still lingering around a sense that, you know, his music was just a carnival act, or that his vision is dismissed as sort of this wild drug-induced fantasy, or that he was leading a cult. But I think when you just get to know who he was, the way he led his life, and the seriousness the way which he did, it was just so clear he was set on this task to just free the people who are so spiritually dead and so devoid of music and life and beauty, and actually, prepare them for a new world. And I think the thing that we had to, contend with is that whenever you look up anything on Sun Ra today, it's associated with one word, Afrofuturism. And it's very interesting because it's a term that was only coined right after his death in 1993, actually by a white cultural critic, Mark Derry. So it's not necessarily something that I think Sun Ra would have used to describe his music. And, you know, I've come to see that that term has, you know, taken legs of its own. It's become really, really popular in a lot of university circles. The Metropolitan Museum actually recently built their own Afrofuturist gallery. Yeah, and I think it's concerned a little more with science fiction, a little more with even this idea of a special retreat from struggle and for Black people. But actually, there's something very specific to understand about Sun Ra, and I'm not sure it's always all the most compatible with what he imagined to be. Yeah, he spoke so plainly about his life, and I'm not so certain he would have used these words to, you know, box or obscure what he was doing. And so, one of the great things I think we'll be able to do is actually just let his words, you know, really ring today and let his music speak for himself. And yeah, ask these really important questions about what it is that he contributed to, yeah, music, but also humanity as a whole. And what does it actually mean to take up his legacy, his vision, and see it as really the leading edge of music and science and thought, and how far that would actually take us. And if we let this, you know, fall by the wayside, what does that do to the music and to our minds and to, you know, our hearts, really? And so that's something I think we will explore also through the funk discussion we'll have, as they were also people who inherited Sun Ra through the mythology and through the aesthetic and through the sound itself. And so I could say a lot more. You can tell I really love Sun Ra, and I think that he would have really loved us too. And so I'll actually turn it over to Michelle to introduce some of our earliest selections, which I'm really excited for you all to hear.
So in the first portion of Along Came Ra, we have three songs from two separate albums, and we're very excited to start or begin our journey into Sun Ra with this. So the first one is called Deep Purple, aka it was also entitled Dreams Come True. And we're going to play two songs from this album. The first is Deep Purple, and then the second is a piano interlude. And these compositions were very early in his career. So they were recorded when he was in Chicago in the early 1950s, but we felt, you know, we listened to these songs over and over together, and we felt that what we were seeing was a self-narrative of Sun Ra as a Black man from the Deep South and contending with the significance of that reality to shaping his worldview. So we felt very strongly about asserting Sun Ra's origins as a Black man from Birmingham who was always contending with the bitterness of that reality. Because, as Kathy and Tony have mentioned, Sun Ra is misconstrued or lifted as a cultural icon in many ways that can be, that have essentially stripped him of who he really was in substance as a man and as an artist. And before we journeyed with him to space, we wanted to say, well, what is it that actually made this worldview possible? What is it that actually created this great imaginary? How, you know, and we wanted to say that the origin of Sun Ra, yes, like the mythic origin begins in space, but beneath and underneath this mythic origin, there was a Black man named Sonny, or named Herman, and this is who he was, and this is how he saw himself, and this is how he constructed his own path to that great imagination that we see in his later works. So the second song is, it's actually, we're very excited about this third song in the second album, and it's a doo-wop song, and it's called Dreaming. So in that first song, Deep Purple, a lot of what we're hearing, or what we heard, but we can't wait for you guys to hear, is, you know, you see the vulnerability and the tenderness of Sun Ra as he basically imagines a sky. And, you know, we hear space sounds in his music through his entire life, but you hear like stars. You can almost imagine him sitting in provincial Birmingham and looking to the sky and wondering, there must be a greater reality that transcends this hostile, this racialized, this violent oppressed city. And that's Deep Purple, which he also, again, like he also entitles it, well, Dreams Come True. And that's what we wanted to finish this first section with, the song called Dreaming. Because at that point, there's a certain confidence that comes from him asserting, well, there is such a thing as a new world that transcends the color line, the order of white supremacy. And I think this is what it looks like, and I think I have an idea of how to get there. And finally, the last thing we wanted to show in this section was how prolific Sun Ra was. And I think it goes back to the point that can this music really be categorized by any label, be it jazz or, you know, whatever Sun Ra's music might be described as? Or is it really a total language, a total expression of, you know, a musical whole? And that's what we found when we looked at his compositions through an entire lifetime, is it's beyond category, and that's why we wanted to show the doo-wop. Okay.
always makes me cry. If you live in fables, then you know what I mean. For that is a world where things aren't what they seem. Baby, do bad. For no matter how I do, it always makes me cry. Dreaming, dreaming, stop me from dreaming. Dreaming, just dreaming. Oh, you made my dreams come true. Dreaming, just dreaming. It's time for me to wake up. For no matter how I dream, it always makes me cry. If you live in fables, then you know what I mean. For that is a world where things aren't what they seem. Baby, do bad. For no matter how I do, it always makes me cry. Dreaming, dreaming, here I am dreaming again. Dreaming, dreaming, I'm in a deep dream again. Sleeping, just sleeping. It's time for me to wake up. For no matter how I dream, it always makes me cry. Dreaming, boom, 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 dreaming, boom, 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 dreaming, boom, 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 dreaming, boom, boom, boom.
I hope you were able to enjoy those two picks that we had. So yesterday, a connection that we had made, or that I had wanted to make more clear, is that out of a new world movement of thought, the evidence of this world movement of thought stood these composers, Duke Ellington, Charles Mingus, and son Ra and Bootsy. From this new world movement of thought, there's Du Bois, the 20th century, or saying that the problem of the 20th century is the problem of the color line. From Charles Mingus, we have the spirit of James Baldwin, recognizing that the people song was in Charles Mingus. And I feel like today we have the spirit of King, walking all through Sun Ra and his music, the transformation of the human being, a new language, and into a new world. Our next choice that we will want to show is entitled Magic City, dedicated to his hometown, as we had so graciously biographed and tried to report back on Birmingham, Alabama. There's reasons why we picked this song, political reasons, and showcasing a people coming from a place called Birmingham, leading or becoming in the vanguard of a world movement for peace and for humanity. And there's a reason why Sun Ra loved Birmingham, for its music, for the people that he came from, his family. And I also did a little bit of a deep dive to understand Birmingham, or the Birmingham where Sun Ra would have seen, to make a point clear that Sun Ra had come from a people, and out of which Sun Ra, readying and able to ready a people for the death of Martin Luther King, preparing a people for the chaos of the unknown, to a new order of being, a new way to talk, a new way to see, unafraid,
of building a new civilization. So we wanted to show Magic City. Sun Ra also wrote about the universe of Magi. He said that this city is a universe because it is that city of all natural creation. It is surrounded by wilderness, the encircling forest of the edge itself, all that is endlessly beyond. This city is the Magi's thought. This city is the magic of the Magi's thought. The idea, the calculated knowledge of it, eternally balanced by the uncalculated presence of the intuition, potential intruder, the being, harmonic precision, celestial being, chromatic rays. For the next portion, we'll be going through, or we're taking that trip into the cosmos, as it were. Trying to get my papers right. Excuse me. Eve, Planet Earth, and Overtones of China. And at this point of Sun Ra's life, as we've gone over in the earlier, in the introductions, he had such a maturation by the time that he reached Chicago and begun or was almost prepared for the quote-unquote total democracy that he witnessed in Chicago, talking through ideas of a long string of ideas between the people. And there's a lot to say that I would like to say. In Birmingham, he was ready to be a teacher, and he had his disciples coming from Birmingham to Chicago, in a way. And then in Chicago, he also had his own endeavors, deepening his knowledge with the esoteric, whether that be the Higgins Anacapolis, Church Ward signs and symbols of primordial man, Massey's Egypt, the light of the world. He studied architecture, Gauss theory of color, and he was looking towards art, or looking towards different theories of the arts. One being that where arts are all incorporated into drama, where everything, where visible speech and song were parts of his synthesis of his intellectual endeavors. And he would know that, like you had said earlier, Kathy, music, a new way to talk to each other in the world to come. And he was building or trying to make that bridge into that other dimension or that new world. And at this point, he would assert that the musicians were tone scientists, not just musicians. So the pieces that, yeah, I think that's all I wanted to say about these next pieces. Oh yeah, okay, so the reason why Kathy brought up that album is while we were studying his poetry, I was becoming inspired by his new language and what he was talking about in a way. Like this whole misunderstanding that Afrofuturists have about alter self and, you know, these terms that intellectuals do not understand and wish to drag Sun Ra through a certain mud, I thought are actually really interesting if it's within the context of the Third American Revolution and how a change of the American people ultimately consists of a new level of consciousness, like the way we relate to the climate, like you're saying, Doc, or the ecological or environmental and the universe itself. And the struggle to become one was something that was playing in my heart about the meaning of the music, you know. It was all a struggle to become one. And like in his poem, The Cosmic Equation, then another tomorrow they never told me of, come with the abruptness of fiery dawn, and spoke of cosmic equations, the equation of sight similarity, the equations of sound similarity, subtle living equations, clear only to these who wish to be attuned to the vibrations of the outer cosmic worlds, subtle living equations of the outer realms, dear only to those who wish fervently to a greater life. Sight and sound simultaneous are keys to the cosmic puzzle. And it reminded me so much of Martin Luther King in The Man Who Was a Fool. And I was dragging Michelle earlier today to figure out where this quote had come from, and Emily too, because King was saying how the means by which we have lived have outdistanced the ends for which we lived. The means for which we have lived have outdistanced the ends for which we have lived. Like our materialism, our over war policies that have outdistanced the spiritual, the moral. And I thought it's so interesting because it's not as though King was like trying to make an equation or whatever like that, but it seems like the formulations of quote unquote an equation is also within that kind of structure of comparison. The means have outdistanced the ends. It's kind of like a mathematical kind of logic in the sentence itself. But what that represented to me was something about how Sun Ra, after King had been, assassinated, there is a spirit that still continues to struggle for exactly what King was trying to make balance, which we'll get into with the next sections on Hiroshima and on nuclear war. But for right now, we're going to focus on the cosmic tones, and thank you for the reminder.
Well, this takes us to our first discussion of the day, and I'm sure we have a lot of thoughts. and a lot of responses to what we just heard. But I actually wanted, Doc, did you want to introduce some special guests here in the audience today? And also, feel free to also contribute your thoughts on this.
Hey, Rance, I just want to introduce you. We got a couple people who had really deep personal contacts with Sun Ra's orchestra. Ransom is one, as I mentioned, and also Miyoshi Smith. Who kind of, they have certain. Yeah, so we really look forward to hearing from the both of you. So that's all I wanted to say. And maybe there are other people here, pardon me, and maybe there are other people here who knew the orchestra, hung out with them, and so feel free to tell us about that because that will deepen our understanding.
And so if you have any comments, questions, or any responses, please feel free to come up to the microphone in the center of the aisle.
Yeah, first I have to let you know that I had a brother that was 14 years older than me that fanatically and repetitiously, he was possessed with exposing me to the serious music as a toddler. And he had me listening to Charlie Parker as a toddler, and he literally turned me out. And I've been like knee deep into it, you know, all my life. And lived right down the street from, on Thompson Street from the Grub Brothers, and they had a serious jam session that took place every Sunday from 12 noon all the way into the wee hours of the night and everything, and you know, all the way up to the discovery of Sun Ra, you know what I mean? I believe Sun Ra moved to Philly 68 or 9, I'm gonna say 69. I had never seen Sun Ra, but I had heard Sun Ra on record and loved it. The first time I seen Sun Ra live, and then after that, I fanatically always went. I stayed, because I had 4 weeks of paid vacation on my job that I broke off into days. And I was so fanatic about it, I would take day of and day after to process, you know what I mean? It was just, oh my God. And I met a person named Taliba and Mangaliso Davis at the first time that I went to see somebody in 71, and became very friendly with them over the years. And fanatically, the one thing me and Taliba had in common, that was our favorite musician of all time. We fanatically, every time I looked up, Taliba was always there at every, you know what I mean? I don't know how many times I went to see Sun Ra. I'm gonna say conservatively, but it's got to be way more than that, but I'm gonna say at least 80 times. Oh God. Well, anyway, somebody came up to me, I can't even remember who it was, and told me Sun Ra's name was in the phone book. His number was in the phone book. So at that time, I was working at Temple, and I was a pacing escort at Temple. I was working days, but then what I did was, I worked overtime one night on the elevator. They had an old manual elevator. They had somebody on that elevator at night because the maternity ward and the delivery room were in that floor. So it had to be somebody on that manual elevator at night. But the elevator only went up and down, that I found when I worked overtime on that. One night, that the elevator only went up and down maybe 30 times in 8 hours. I said, oh my God. So what happened was, the brother that had that job got sick. And then he, you know, became disabled or whatever, you know what I mean? So they need somebody to take it. Now, they were getting ready to tear the old building down within like 3 years. So I knew if I took it, I would only have it for 3 years and then I had to go. And it was controlled by transportation. So I knew I was going to go back into, you know, pushing patients in wheelchairs or whatever afterwards, you know, but I took the job. And it was good because I had so much time, I could read until my eyes got tired, and then I could, on my boombox, I could play cassettes. So I called Sun Ra one night, because I wanted to let her. And he was up, and he talked, and he would talk longer than you really kind of sort of wanted to talk. He would talk like 2 hours. But I actually could do that because I had that kind of, you know what I mean? And so he instructed me, now this might sound kind of strange to her, but he instructed me to call him once a week at the stroke of midnight on Tuesday. And that's what I did. And I talked to him. Now, I'm going to be honest with you, wrongly, I was wrong. If you don't know, you don't know. I love the music, but I thought somehow I was a good-natured nut. But I didn't care because I love the music, you know what I mean? But maybe into it, who thought that or whatever, but he would say things, and then he would decode his language. Okay. And then he'd say something else, and then he would decode his language. And that's when I understood the genius that he was. And it's such a tragedy that I did not tape any of that. But if I did tape it, I would have to do it with Sunrise not knowing it because he would not have. Because when he spoke to us, and I'm going to talk a little bit about that, it was for our ears only. Now, I was friends with a drummer named Mike Anderson, and I hung out with him a lot of times at the station, and we would go to the Sunrise house at night. And Sunrise would be up all hours of the night. And what Sunrise talked about was, I'm going to say this, all those people that thought they knew what Sunrise was really about, they loved the music, they knew the music, they read the poetry, but Sunrise was, and we got that. That's what I'm saying. Now, something else I want to tell you about. What did we get? Well, the only thing that I can really say is that it had a potency that you would not ever get. And it was just for us as Black people. Now, here's what I'm also going to say. Sunrise shared this energy and this vision and this music with the world, but he always knew that was not in contradiction to very fanatically embracing and being grounded in an ethnic heritage cultural imperative. There was never a white player that was ever in the orchestra. That's what I'm saying. However, Sunrise was loved. He was almost like a god all through Europe. And he was very friendly and very accessible. Normally, very, very, very brilliant people are standoffish or intellectually arrogant or whatever. He was not. In the house, in the neighborhood, all the kids loved Sunrise. He was very accessible and very friendly, talked to everybody. Oh God, I should have taken, that's a tragedy, that's really bad. So when I was thinking of anything I could really tell you. Oh, here's what I'm going to suggest to everybody. In my opinion, to get into the core of the energy and thought process of Sunrise, I'm going to suggest 2 albums. Discipline 2711 and Astro Black. And Astro Black. Astro Black mythology, Astro timeless immortality, Astro thought in mythic sound, Astro reach beyond the stars. The universe is in my voice. The universe speaks through this song to those of earth and other worlds. Listen while you have the chance. Find your place among the stars, get in tune with other worlds, rhythm, multiplicity, harmony, equation, no, Astro Black, that record. And Discipline 2711, please listen to that. And you have, Sun Ra had an awesome sense of humor. Sun Ra had this cosmic conception. Sun Ra had an awesome sense of humor. And sense of humor, see, humor is more than just something funny you laugh. No, humor is a brain function. Humor enables you to be vividly aware of the exact complex nature of all the stuff that can happen and is happening and not lose your mind. Sun Ra really could laugh, you know what I mean? So the humor is there, and I'm gonna whet your appetite. He starts out with, he says, for you, I gave up everything I never had for you. Oh, this is bad. Yeah, listen to that. This is my all.
Thank you, Ansel. Yoshi, did you want to come back?
Interesting, you should bring up Michael Anderson's name. Yeah, it's nice to see some of those reissues that he did. Some of the albums. Yeah, and I'm not sure if Mike is the official archivist for Sun Ra, because I know a couple of people were collecting for him, but Michael Anderson has an extensive collection of Sun Ra stuff, and he's been putting out some reissues along with, what's the name of the person that he was working with? I think on the first one there were like problems, administrative problems, so with the second, with the second producer that he's been working with, he's been able to put out some albums, some of which he played earlier. But it's interesting. I'll just follow up on some of the things Ransom said, because he could talk. I mean, he could talk. He could talk forever. And I sort of got exposed to Sun Ra as a teenager, maybe like 13, something like that, because of course he was in the neighborhood, and as Ransom said, he was very friendly. If you kind of would walk past the house and I knew someone on the block, you could hear music coming out, the door was open, or unlocked, so, people were, in and out of the house. But so that's kind of one of the earlier memories. And then Philadelphia had this program in the summertime for the recreation centers, and they would pay musicians to go around to neighborhoods and play. Sun Ra's group was one of those bands that did go around into the neighborhoods and played through the rec centers. Did you ever see him at any of the rec centers? Yeah. Okay, yeah. Also, the interesting thing he did too, he played in a neighborhood at bars, just like regular bars. On Germantown Avenue near Shelton. And then the really tiny place, I sort of vaguely remember Red Carpet Lounge, but it was called something else before that. Okay, yeah. So he would always play in there, and they, it would be like, I don't know, more than 14 musicians jammed into this small place playing. And so I saw him a lot in the neighborhood. So but I also saw him at the Foxhole before. I saw him at Grendel's Lair. But it was different in the neighborhood. I don't want to say it was more funkier, but maybe it was funkier. Yeah, also there was a loft on Germantown Avenue that sometimes musicians would play at. I don't know if you remember that place. I can't think of the name of it, but it was sort of overhead.
Village Garden?
And no, on Germantown Avenue. Yeah, on Germantown Avenue. But it was just like this empty space, just an empty big space. I had also been to the house, I maybe dated a couple of hanger-oners with the band or something like that as well. So, you kind of get a little exposure to just kind of hanging out and being with people. He was a nice mentor to musicians in the Germantown area, younger people that were my contemporaries, my age, people that were in school with myself as a high school, more as a junior high student, something of that nature. It's interesting. I think the house that they were in was that one of a house through Marshall Allen's dad. Yeah, because I think his dad was like real estate or into something like that. Because Marshall Allen's father kind of lived, I think, closer to my neighborhood because he and his dad used to walk like every morning together, take their early morning walks, and I would kind of see them going through the neighborhood. So it was kind of like part of my neighborhood, my environment. He was, one of those people in the neighborhood that, was friendly, communicating with the children, playing in the area. And he was just really kind of like a part of Germantown. And like I said, I really saw him in the neighborhood most of my life. I saw him outside of the neighborhood, but in the neighborhood, sometimes he would play like, several days a week at certain, clubs, that were just, they weren't necessarily hole in the walls, but they were, just the neighborhood clubs, people could just come in. He was playing, practicing, talking, people knew him. People knew each other. It was just, fun time, great kind of time, yeah. So, I can't say I really necessarily remember exactly what he talked about specifically, but it was more, kind of a feeling, if that makes sense. Again, like I said, when I kind of first heard him talking, I might have been like 15, and I was like, oh, what is he talking about? Like, what? He's talking a lot, he's talking too long. Sometimes, younger people have that tendency to say that, like, you're talking too much. But, as I kind of got older, sort of, better understood. And when I say older, more like, I guess 19 or something of that nature. Or, I could maybe, listen a little bit longer, because perhaps I hadn't matured or something of that nature. I don't know if that makes sense, but yeah, so that's, one of my recollections. I thought Ray Anderson kind of came and hung out with Sun Ra too, up at the house. The trombonist, Ray Anderson.
You talking about?
No, I'm talking about Ray Anderson.
No, I don't remember Ray Anderson.
From New York.
Yeah, that man, no, I don't remember.
Yeah, the trombonist.
And I get
First of all, that was an unusual orchestra that would do so much that was for free for the community. That's, your ethnic imperative thing. And he lived among Black folk. How, a man, most jazz musicians didn't do that, didn't talk to people, or not able, at least the ones that I've seen. How do you assess that? That's one thing. And the other question is, when you were old enough to hear what he was saying, do you remember anything that he was saying, or the impact of his ideas on you? I guess the third question is for Ransom too. Y'all remember Spencer Weston? Yeah. Well, what happened to him? Where he at? Well, okay, huh? I know, but well, answer the first two questions. Yeah, okay, all right, we can do that. But could you just answer the first two questions if you don't mind?
Well, here's the interesting thing, I think. I can remember as a child coming up because you had,
That's what I was at. And he was not materialistic.
oh, no.
See,
no,
this is
no.
what I like to, how to.
Well, he was, I think, well, you have a point there, but I think some musicians, maybe from his group, that kind of did their offshoots and whatever, they had similar mindsets. You look at Phil Coran, for example, in Chicago, what he kind of did with the community. I think it's a similar kind of, mindset, lifestyle to a certain extent. I think what some people were trying to do up in New York, maybe, Ahmed Abdullah and that, what is it, the Meta that Boykins did and those people, and also some of the, more local musicians that might have been jazz, but they also played in the Uptown Orchestra, and they were in the neighborhood too, and in some cases, involved neighborhood people. I don't know if it was just what people did. I mean, of course you had that other group and that other class too, but I think there's always some people in the community or the neighborhood that kind of do that. But, of course, yes, Sun Ra was a little more different in the sense that he, like you said, not materialistic at all, but it was part of whom he was and what he believed, that things would take care of itself, just because of whom he was as a being and a person, I think. Yeah. So when you're like that, you don't have any concern because there is no reason to, because everything kind of falls in place and takes care of itself, for you, the universe, and whatever else. So so it's a different mindset, if you will, and if you really feel that way and believe that way, which he did. Granted, too, he did have, some people in the background helping out with things and arranging things, but, in that sense, it's taking care of itself. And, at an older age, kind of understanding what impact did it have on me, I think, it just made me think about things differently, accept and appreciate and maybe want to look at, different things, relationships between things, meaning like music, science, life, yeah, if that makes sense, yeah.
I'm so glad you mentioned Spencer because nobody mentions him. His name does not come up. Before I do that, I want to say something else that I really thought of that I should have said. It's very significant. Someone maybe understand that the whole concept of myth science, that through the intelligent use of myth science, that it enabled you to be in a state of spiritual bliss or ecstasy while simultaneously being vividly aware of all of the chaos around you. It was so incredible. And I can couple it with the blues in the sense that we learned how to take negative emotion, hurt, and come out on the other side experiencing joy. That we could almost like alchemy turn the negative emotions into. That's the genius of this music. Well, Sun Ra, through the intelligent use and understanding of myth science, you were able to create a minefield, I guess I'm gonna have to call it, that enabled you to live in a state of, I guess you could say the ecstasy of being or whatever, but simultaneously, vividly aware of all of the details of the negativity around you. It was so into, he was a genius. But I thought wrongly. I thought he was a good and they did not. But like I said, I didn't care because the music was so good, you know what I mean? But what he did was, he would say stuff, and then he would be cold as language, and then he'd say something else, and then he, you know what I mean? And then that's how I understood the genius that he was. And here's what I'm also going to say, what I should have said. Most of the musicians that played with him, they experienced the ecstasy or bliss that I'm telling you about, but they never really, they thought they understood what he was saying and what he was doing, but they did not. And he talked about that. I don't know why he talked about that to me, but he did. On occasion, he talked about, you know what I mean? And I listened. I practice an attitude, I call it, I've named it rigorous open-mindedness. Whatever I know or think I know, as soon as I have new information that I have checked, I am willing at the drop of a dime to alter or trash any concept I previously had. And I maybe Sun Ra intuitively understood that I would understand, or I would open, because anybody, this stuff is not rocket science, but you do have to have a certain kind of attitude. And he would use language and make it so that anybody could understand, but you still had to come with a certain kind of attitude, or you wouldn't get it. So Spencer graduated from Antioch College, and they had a tradition back then. I don't know whether they still do this, but those graduates would go off, and it would be substitute teachers in the high schools. I had Spencer Weston as a substitute English teacher.
Did you? Wow.
Spencer Weston, the books and what have you that he had me reading changed my life forever. And I just need y'all also to know that at one time, Spencer became the head of Pan-African Studies at Temple. Yes. And Spencer was very, very brilliant. But see, we have to realize, unfortunately, there are brilliant people, and even musicians, master musicians that do not get the recognition they deserve and do not make the money that they deserve. You know what I'm saying? And there are a lot of real serious scholars that, you know, died broke, or, you know what I mean? And so nobody mentions Spencer. I'm glad you mentioned Spencer.
The reason I mentioned Spencer, and you and Miyoshi might remember this, when he was maybe the director of programming at the African American Museum, and he put on that landmark series of concerts beginning with Sun Ra. And I recall, and I listened to this recently, he and Sun Ra did an interview, you know, promoting the series of concerts, and in particular, Sun Ra's appearance. And, you know, if you, I guess both of y'all would agree with me, if you saw Spencer, you would, you know, he was a button-down, tie-wearing, almost spitty-out, what we used to call a spitty-out, you know, and I didn't know that Spencer was that down with Sun Ra. He was literally a disciple of Sun Ra. I thought he was more of a Miles Davis cool jazz kind of guy, if you saw him. Is that fair to say? If you listen to this interview, he talks about Sun Ra like a lot of Christians might talk about Jesus Christ. He put Sun Ra on a platform of the really, like a lot of people say this over the years, especially back in the days, Sun Ra was the greatest composer alive. And Spencer, oh, go ahead, Miyoshi. Will you talking to the mic, Miyoshi? So I couldn't hear you.
He and Kenny also curated jazz shows outside of the Afro as well. Yeah, so he was highly involved with the band.
I was just so impressed with how deep he was in the Sun Ra.
Lastly, I should have said this. Spencer got sick. He got cancer. Spencer got sick and he had cancer. So what he started doing was, because he always did the shows, but what he started doing was he would come late and sneak in unseen or whatever, and he would always leave right before the end of the show. So I got behind him and I grabbed him and I hugged him and I thanked him for, I let him know how he transformed my life. And Spencer died about 3 or 4 months after that. But I was glad that I did that. Because I really, and see, like I said, nobody mentions it. You're the first person to mention Spencer West End. So thank you.
That brings us to the end of this discussion portion. I'm going to ask Serafina to kick us off into our second section on Sun Ra, titled The End of the Color Line and Pathways to Unknown Worlds.
I had the feeling that I wanted to have that discussion for like a long time. So I kind of got caught up. And I really appreciated that conversation. And I guess this is the final portion, or almost one of the, say again? Okay. So we will be getting to Discipline 2111.
Oh, wow.
So it's funny that you mentioned that also, Ransom. But right now we'll be showing Hiroshima, When There Is No Sun, and we'll be showing those two. Hiroshima from 1985 and When There Is No Sun from 1978. Yeah. It was in 1979 that a nuclear accident happened on 3 Mile Island, which kind of concretized Richard said that he's concerned for nuclear war. And what I would like to say I'll get into after prefacing by saying that these pieces come after a trip that the orchestra took to Egypt and played in the pyramids. This is after a 1970 tour of the Mike Concerto, which people can check out. The lectures, or he had been hired at Berkeley teaching, so he has his lectures at Berkeley. And these pieces are also after the assassination of Martin Luther King. And he said that something is lacking in most cultures, in each country, in each religion, and in each philosophy. And he found the flaw. He said he discovered the flaw. He said these people are not in tune with nature. And when these people are in power and have responsibilities and need to act, they're going to act with too much spirit. They're completely out of tune, and nothing is going to work. And I want to say that, not in tune with nature. I like how Sun Ra was concerned with being in tune. And the reason for bringing that up is because I wanted to take a step back. A part of the research done with the program that we presented and that we have been enjoying is the discovery of the music as well as the ideas and the science that follows and our own intellectual discussions that we've had. And like maybe for hours we would just listen to Sun Ra and different tracks, agonizing over different tracks. The same thing we did with Duke, the same thing we did with Charles Mingus. And, you know, the reason why I was so excited before our previous section and talking about Hiroshima is because part of the way that I tried to get my feet into and stick my heels down into the music, which is something that you kind of have to do. Like, even for the cosmic tones of therapy, it's important to pay attention and to stay still. And the reason why you won't stay still is also because of how the music would affect or how different the music affects you. Meaning any anxieties you have to kind of face, or any fears or any distractions, you kind of have to realize why. And, you know, one of the ways that I kind of tried to study the music was when we picked that track, I'm gonna listen to that track for maybe about 5 or 6 or 7 hours just to try and like, you know, breathe with it, have it affect me. And I was it took a little bit of time because we had a week prior to this event, and I really only got to this section in the last couple of days. And Hiroshima I thought was important to bring up or showcase, and Dr. also had suggested the Beyond Hiroshima piece, which everybody should have the opportunity to listen to, because of the nature of the song and the expansive theater that plays out in my consciousness. And I found that is important. Because the thing that happened with Sun Ra that wasn't completely mentioned is that point that we talked about yesterday. Another initiation, another new world movement of thought was initiated, and the evidence of it is in film, is in art, is in painting, like Dr. was saying with Barbara Bullock, but also film, like he worked with Walt Disney. And a lot of his pieces also were played in those animated movies that we used to see, or at least I used to see when I was younger. And I didn't realize that the music was also Sun Ra. So the costumes, the clothes, and a lot of things were evidence of a new way of thinking, a new way of being. And so Hiroshima kind of crystallized that kind of theater, that kind of drama, and we wanted to show that. And for When There Is No Sun, that piece showed how sensitive, there's something very sensitive about this problem that this nation has of war and not achieving a peace mind and not achieving a peace consciousness. And there's something very beautiful and sensitive about Sun Ra, and it made me know that the music is a music of peace. It's not a music of war, and that's important because as it plays in the hearts of children and in the hearts of the future, I would want a culture of peace. And so we're going to show Hiroshima and When There Is No Sun.
So something else we were thinking about with this section, just as Serafina you were mentioning, is that Sun Ra saw really concretely that there were problems to this world. There were problems that would take us down the path of destruction. that would be nuclear war, but also white supremacy. But I think actually what we want to do when we start this is actually screen like a 2-minute clip of an interview in which he's very, very, very hard on musicians, Black musicians. And I think the reason why we want to connect these questions to from nuclear war and to a possibility in which when there is no sun, when the sky is a sea of darkness, if we allow the world to be consumed by these forces, is actually to also point out the responsibility musicians actually have to awaken the people. And yet, you know, the spiritual death of the people, and especially of musicians, is something that Sun Ra saw, you know, was the direct responsibility, you know, of us, but also specifically when the one thing I wanted to pull out from what we were discussing earlier was just what kind of man Sun Ra was. So generous, so like non-materialistic. And it makes all the sense that he was so upset that most musicians didn't really hold themselves to that kind of standard. And yet there's such a fierce urgency of now for what it means to actually awaken the people, but instead allow their music to become profit-driven or perhaps lose a sense of philosophy. And so he's really harsh. And so I think those are all connected to basically the stakes of what this world faces.
No, I'm glad you said that, because I had re-looked at the program and I'm like, I didn't want to forget that point. But the last thing is, the reason why that's important to have brought up, and I appreciate that, is because I want to be worthy of that standard. And the musician should be worthy of that standard. So, thank you.
Are you saying that Black musicians, especially here in the Western world, are fragmented? Are you saying that we have lost our culture, so to speak? Is it in the music? Does it begin with the music in terms of developing our culture?
Most Black musicians are not part of the Black race anymore, you see, because they're not really, they don't have no feeling. They're thinking about money. They're thinking about fame. They're thinking about integration. They're not thinking about people, you see, like other musicians do concerning their people. You have to play for your people, you see. You have to develop your ethnic structures. And every nation has people in there who can look out for their race to develop the ethnic structures. Without that, any nation can forget it. Don't care how righteous they are or what they are. If they don't have the music, if they don't have a philosopher, if they don't have things on a higher plane, they're not going to make it. There was a book called From Man to Superman by J. Rogers, I think, and the man was discussing, he was telling this white man about why didn't they recognize Black people, because he quoted all, he mentioned all the different men who invented things and did all kinds of things and showed that they were mentally capable. But the man told him, the Black race hasn't developed a philosopher yet. And you have to develop a philosopher before we recognize you.
Yeah.
I die with the Black people, read that book. Because philosophers determine the fate of nations. You take over here. This country is based on Aristotle and Plato and Socrates, and they were born somewhere else, but they still teach it in schools. And you take democracy itself. It's based on what the Romans said. I think his name was Marcus Aurelius or something like that. But he was talking about all men being brothers and all that. So it's not anything new. It was something that somebody thought of that they would like to make true. However, God didn't make nobody equal, and it can't be done. So, everyone is different, you see? Just like if you go to a tree and you try to find two leaves exactly alike, you won't make it. If you try to find two blades of grass exactly alike, you won't find it. So then it's really against the laws of nature to speak about equality. It's something man thinks should be because of conditions to try to uplift other men.
is a sea of darkness when there is no sun. The sky is a sea of darkness when there is no sun to light the way. When there is no sun to light the way, there is no day. There is no day. There's only darkness, eternal sea of darkness. The sky is a sea of darkness when there is no sun. The sky is a sea of darkness when there is no sun to light the way. When there is no sun to light the way, there is no day. There is no day. There's only darkness, eternal sea of darkness.
Hi. I just wanted to say a few things to introduce the next section, which is about creative discipline and the sacrifices that were made by Sun Ra and the orchestra. The whole process of putting the symposium together has been a very emotional one. I think all of the organizers, myself included, have just been crying a lot, like throughout this whole process and throughout the past 2 days. And I think this had come up in Free School like a week or two ago about how there's a pretty strong parallel between Sun Ra and his orchestra and the Free School. And perhaps like Sun Ra's orchestra is a precursor to the Free School, or, you know, undoubtedly I would say that Sun Ra's contributions perhaps like enabled something like the Free School to exist or to be understood. You know, the orchestra was a group of highly unusual, eccentric people, virtuosic musicians, and I'm not saying that, you know, and the Free School is composed of, I mean, eccentric or unusual people. And, you know, the orchestra lived communally in Germantown at 5626 Morton Street, which is now, like, you can go and visit. Serafina went to go see Sun Ra's house last week, and they lived in a completely drug and alcohol-free environment. And Doc says this, but I haven't found any evidence of this, but there were no white people there either. And I don't know if that was a strict rule, but it was a strict rule, or it just happened to be that way.
Generally speaking, but I have to distinguish, he was not racist, but he needed a certain kind of environment, and that was the energy that he needed to utilize. But he said that he was going to work.
Right.
So you have to understand, you know,
yes. Well, so this in order to maintain this, did you want to say something?
Like what he was saying, I wasn't going to speak because I didn't meet Sunrise until after his death. But what he's speaking of is frequency. So it's not that they were not alive. The frequency that he emanated, the aura from him, would keep the Caucasian from going there. You understand what I'm saying? So we have to go back then to death speaks to the Negro, or those who have, you understand, right, the frequency of pioneering land. So you're talking the Anglo-Saxons, and you're talking the Asians, South Pacific, and so that's what that is. And when you have that kind of energy, even in your home, you will find out that people will come to your door, but they will not attempt to cross that threshold.
Mm-hmm. Thank you for that. Yeah, well, to paint more of a picture for those who may not know, but the choice to live communally, where did that come from, and what did it really entail? It enabled them to practice their music all the time, at any time, sometimes at 6 a.m., sometimes at midnight, sometimes for 12-hour stretches. And if you parallel it to the Free School, many people from the Free School moved here from out of state, out of the country, to be part of the Free School, to learn from someone, to be mentored by someone, and also to be part of and to contribute to a collective. And much like the orchestra, the Free School suffers from being misunderstood, perhaps like humiliated, looked down upon, sometimes called a cult. So there are a lot of parallels that in the process of working all this out and discovering these musicians made me feel more confident in what it is that we're exactly doing and why it is being done this way. So it raises a lot of questions about, well, why would a virtuoso, someone like John Gilmore, choose to commit himself to someone like Sun Ra? Why would someone choose to sacrifice a potential successful career as an individual musician to play in an orchestra and be part of a collective? Well, I think we've established that Sun Ra was quite the worthy leader similar to Dr. Anthony Montero. And he also emphasized like the importance of discipline and precision in accomplishing what it is that they all had set out to do. And they all had set out to accomplish something. They all had a shared collective vision as to what it is that this country needed and what it is that the world needed and the role that music had to play in achieving that. They set out to create a new kind of music, to make one music capable of transforming society, which would require them to transform themselves. A music that would be fitting for humanity, for a world humanity. I came across this quote, I think Kathy sent it to me, where Sun Ra says, to play every kind of music, African, American, classical, and to make it sound natural, he wanted the solos to sound as if he'd written them too, as if it was part of a continuum. And that required him to give musicians a certain understanding of what he was thinking, but it also required him to know how his musicians thought, what their capabilities were. And he would write music tailored to fit the personalities and the capabilities of his musicians. And it just makes you think, like, how much discipline it takes to actually play and be part of an orchestra, and to play and be part of a collective and have this one united sound come out. So Sun Ra is an exemplar of many things, but his commitment to knowledge, to music, this like music as a science, and I would say the parallel to free school is this commitment to principle, where principle becomes everything, and this precision in trying to distill what are the key principles by which we want to strive to embody in our lives requires discipline and precision to fulfill those commitments. So there's much that at this point in time that we don't know, and yet there's also so much that we do know that wasn't covered by the Third American Revolution. And the ideas of love, freedom, democracy, peace. And yet, why is it that we seem unable to fulfill that vision that was already set out by the Third American Revolution? So Sun Ra would often lament and that the human race had abandoned discipline and precision, and that his goal was to reintroduce or help people gain interest again in discipline and precision. His philosophy and his understanding encapsulated the idea that the human being was the instrument, and that even something like loudness was a social construction, and so therefore the orchestra itself was an experiment in a new kind of social organization in order to create a new kind of music. So what we have for this portion, we'll be playing this live performance of Face the Music. The whole video was great. I really recommend, if you can find it, to listen to see him perform retrospect as well, but we only had so much time. And there's also going to be a clip of him and his orchestra performing and rehearsing in Germantown, so you can see what it was like then. And they played this song called Enlightenment, and there are a few lines in Enlightenment that I feel like are very fitting of this new music. You'll hear in the lyrics the lines, "Enlightenment is my tomorrow, the future has no plains of sorrow." And it's almost signals, or he's acknowledging perhaps a departure from the sorrow songs, the blues, and to a new kind of music that is joyful and futuristic and defies categorization. And the very last song in this portion is Discipline 2711, but specifically the OVC session that was just released like last year. And the significance of the OVC session is that like Discipline 2711 is a composition that the orchestra returns to over and over again. It shows up in many of their albums, but Specifically, the OVC session is a recording that was done because someone, a fan turned collaborator, created this instrument called the Outer Space Visual Communicator, which is essentially an instrument that you can play with your hands and feet, but you're playing light instead of music. And yeah, there's just so much there, but this recording in a lot of ways was not intended for any kind of commercial use and was like only really produced in very limited quantities and shown and only sold at specific Sun Ra gigs. So there's a full 22-minute recording, but we're only showing like 8 minutes of it. But yeah, I just wanted to put that out there. Okay, so thank you.
What do you do when you know that you know that you know that you're wrong? You got to face the music. You got to listen to the gospel song. You got to face the music. You got to listen to the gospel song. What do you do when you know that you know that you know that you're wrong? What do you do when you know that you know that you know that you're wrong? You got to face the music. You got to listen to the gospel song. You got to face the music. You got to listen to the gospel song. What do you do when you know that you know that you know that you know? We got to face the music. You gotta listen to the gospel song. You got to face the music. You got to listen to the gospel song. What do you do when you know that you know that you know that you're wrong? What do you do when you know that you know that you know that you're wrong? You got to face the music. You got to listen to the gospel song. You in the space age now. You got to listen to the gospel song. Space age is here to stay. Ain't no place you can run. You can't run away. You in the space age now. You got to face the music. You got to listen to the gospel song. You got to face the rhythm and the harmonies and the melodies of the cosmic age. Can't run, can't hide. Space age is here to stay. Space age is here to stay. You got to face the music. You got to listen to the gospel song. What do you do when you know that you know? You got to face the music. What do you do when you know that you know? You know that you know that you're wrong. When you know you're wrong, you got to face the music. You got to listen to the gospel song. What do you do? You got to face the music. When you know you're wrong. You got to face the music. You know that you know that you know that you're wrong. You're in the space age now. You know that you know that you you know that you're wrong.
You're in the space age now.
You got to listen to the
Space age here to stay.
You got to face the music.
Ain't no place you can run. You can't run. You can't hide.
What do you do when you know that you know that you know that you're wrong?
The year 2000.
What do you do when you know that you know
knocking at your door?
That you know that you're wrong.
Knocking at your door.
You got to face the music.
You can't run.
You got to listen
you
to the Cosmos song. You got to face the music.
You can't run.
You got to listen to the Cosmos song.
The year 2000.
What do you do when you know that you know
on this
that
way?
You know that you're wrong.
What do you do when you know that you know that you know you're wrong?
You got to
face the music. You got to listen to the Cosmos songs. You got to face the music. You got to listen to the Cosmos songs. What do you do when you know that you know you're wrong? What do you do when you know that you know you're wrong? You got to face the music.
You got to listen to the Cosmos
You can't run, you can't hide.
You got to face the music.
Got to face the music.
You got to listen to the Cosmos song. What do you do when you know that you know that you know that you're wrong?
What do you do? You know you're wrong. You got to face the music. You got to listen. Listen to the Cosmos songs. Listen to the melodies, the harmonies, and the rhythms of the Cosmos songs. You got to face the music. What do you do? You know you're wrong. You got to face the music.
You got to listen to the
Cosmos songs.
You got to face the music.
You got to listen to the Cosmos songs. The last planet I remember is planet Saturn. I'm from there. I've been Jupiter too, but I didn't go by myself. Some other type of beings took me. The ones that's gonna land soon took me, and they taught me a lot of things. Sound can run things. Sound can wash clothes. Sound can do a lot of things. They got little antennas over the eyes and little antennas over the ears, one each over, one over each ear, something like Spock. People need to be tuned up. They're out of tune with the universe. And that's why they get sick and all that, because they're out of tune. Music is a language, and if I can get this planet to listen carefully, they will change.
You don't play like this.
Un appartement dans le quartier noir de Philadelphie. Sun Ra, propriétaire des lieux, et chef d'une école musicale, presque une secte, qui a pour emblème le soleil. la musique étrange, insolite que jouent Sun Ra et ses disciples se veut interplanétaire. Titre des morceaux, d'une planète à l'autre, prochain arrêt Mars, l'autre dimension, assis sur une soucoupe volante.
They'll come back in shining ships of gold, with wisdom never told.
Now let's get that part straight.
Sound of joy is enlivening. Space, fire, truth is enlivening. Space, fire, somebody's music. Change like the magic. Will be waiting. Sound of joy is enlivening. Magic light.
My idea is to actually interest people in discipline and precision rather than their so-called talk of freedom. Nothing in the universe can really exist without discipline. And the human race has made a very great mistake.
Sun Ra exige de ses musiciens une discipline et une foi religieuse. Cela ne l'empêche pas de jouer de la Nouvelle-Orléans pour le plaisir.
Except those who are dead.
find Earth boring, just the same old, same thing? Come on, sign up with outer space, Ways Incorporated. If you find Earth boring, just the same old, same thing, come on, sign up with outer space, Ways Incorporated. If you find Earth boring, just the same old, same thing, come on, sign up with outer space, Ways Incorporated. If you find Earth boring, just the same old, same thing, come on, sign up with outer space, Ways Incorporated. If you find Earth boring, just the same old, same thing, come on, sign up with outer space, Ways Incorporated.
There's no need to cry. There's no need to cry. You find life useless, then fate you must defy. There's no need to cry. If you find life useless, you find life useless. Find your destiny future. Your destiny is future, then fate you must defy. If your destiny is useless, then fate you must defy.
Fate you must defy.
There's no need to cry.
There is no need to cry.
No need to cry.
No need to cry.
You find your destiny is useless.
You find your destiny.
Then fate you must defy.
Then fate you must defy.
I really wish that song didn't have to come to a close there, because obviously there are at least 12 more minutes of that song. You can just tell that Sun Ra kept it going. It was so much more developed. But yeah, I just wanted to say that this the previous section, I feel like is really a beautiful way to show that creative discipline is in so many ways that antidote to all the forces. Yeah, all the forces that seek to strip us of our vitality, our imaginary, and our will to fight. And I think that that's something that in many ways like flows really beautifully into this final portion of Sun Ra that I'd like to introduce, which is just one song that I think encapsulates, well, there are a lot of ways I think we could have approached this, but we wanted to show what it would be like to actually get a glimpse of what it would feel like to reach that higher world that Sun Ra talked about. What would it sound like? What would it feel like? How would it be to exist there? And I think Sun Ra always talked about bringing people to space, but actually through music and through actually cultivating, in some ways, not only a journey to the outer cosmos, but also subduing those inner spiritual human contradictions, and actually exploring what the inner space looks like, and resolving those contradictions and those problems. It was always a human. It was always it was always concerned about the human being, and so. Yeah, I like when Serafina, you brought up how music for Sun Ra was also about balancing these philosophic equations of the world. One where we are trying to balance the forces of good and evil, beauty and ugliness, life and death, war and peace. And I think we really also felt drawn to the fact that Sun Ra always wanted to imagine a world or create a world where people could finally be what their creator intended them to be, becoming, quote, their impossible selves, the selves that they left behind or didn't have the courage to be, but could through the music. And so this final song from the Sun Ra program is called Magic City Blue, and it's from an album from 1979 called God is More Than Love Can Ever Be. And so it's, of course, Sun Ra returns to the theme of Magic City so many times after even that earlier song that we heard before. But maybe one of the things that Sun Ra's asking through the song is essentially, is there a world in which, like the fulfillment of all the potential of Magic City could actually be realized, rather than a city full of tension, full of danger, full of mystery, which were all the things I think in some ways you could hear in the earlier song, but actually Sun Ra doesn't just see that as the only fate of Magic City, it's one of its many possibilities. And so I just want to leave with the quote from Sun Ra about the purpose of his music, and that he says, all of my compositions are meant to depict happiness, combined with beauty in a free manner. Happiness, as well as pleasure and beauty, has many degrees of existence. My aim is to express these degrees in sounds which can be understood by the entire world. All of my music is tested for effect, and by effect, I mean mental impression. The mental impression I intend to convey is that of being alive, vitally alive. The real aim of this music is to coordinate the minds of peoples into an intelligent reach for a better world and an intelligent approach to the living future. By peoples, I mean all the people of different nations who are living today. I always strive to write the sounds I hear both inwardly and outwardly. I use the simple rules of harmony as a basis, but I employ my own rule as well. My rule is that every note played must be a living note. In order to achieve this, I use notes like words in a sentence, making each series of sounds a separate thought, and my watchword is precision. I never forget that a sound, like a musical sound, is just as important as a sound doctrine in a non-musical field. Yeah, with that, I'll leave you out with Magic City Blue.
I don't really want Sun Ra's portion to end, but we're gonna have a discussion now, reflecting for until 5. Thanks. About what we were discussing, thinking, listening to, and I'd like to invite Doc to help start if you want to. If you don't want to, that is understandable. I'm sorry. Or if anybody wants to start, the microphone is in the middle. Well, if you want to discuss, yeah, if you want to ask questions, you can. Open floor.
Hello, everyone. I first heard about Sun Ra in the African American Museum in the Afrofuturism section. That's where I first heard about Sun Ra, and I like his music, but like it was a movie called Sun Ra Space is a Place. It's a movie, but I don't understand it. Because he comes to Earth, and he comes down, and someone gives him like this instrument, and they communicate with that, and then he goes against this guy that wears a white suit, and they kind of like has a duel, and at the end he takes people from this Earth into this outer space. So I want to understand what that movie was about.
Can I ask you a question? Why did that speak to you?
It didn't speak to me. It was kind of like it was kind of confusing. I didn't understand.
If it was like something. Wait, Ransom, 1 second. If it's possible, I'll let Terry kind of come up and he could have a conversation if he wants to. If you want. Yeah, your name is Terry, right? Okay, well, I'm sorry. I mistook you for something else. Yeah, you can go ahead. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Dr. Maurice Henderson.
Okay.
I'm from the founder of the National Black Arts Spoken Word Tour.
Okay.
So it's interesting
Sorry.
that during the 70s, I went to the Freedom School with the Black Panthers. And then they used to take us, and we sold incense, and we had concerts. And they paid us to sell incense and jewelry. But then Sunrise used to come out with capes, and they used to dance around for hours in Germantown Park. And I couldn't figure out what the heck is going on here. But then, as I got older, a lot of my friends were touring with him in Europe, and they were dancing, and a lot of them just stayed. And so now, that's why I'm here today, because I'm like the gentleman. Now I'm trying to figure out, like, what is this all about? You know, what is this movement all about? And I know Marvin X, one of the founders of African American Studies, and also the Black Arts Movement. He came to Philadelphia to record. And so he brought in Sunrise Orchestra. And what's the guy who plays the horn, the thing, no, not Phil Simons. He brought like a whole bunch of people, and then they recorded an album. And so I had, so this is what they do. They get together and record, you know, just those things. But my question is this: what do we tell young people about what that movement was? I got it from the Funkadelic Department. So that's how I really got it. But they never really mentioned his name. So this is the first time I'm looking at the connection between Sun Ra, Bootsy Rubber Band, and all that kind of stuff. So I can get it from Bootsy. But now I'm trying to figure out how do I explain. Now I got some images. I'm an African American Studies professor. Okay. But what do I go and tell young people? What to listen to, and what kind of music this was? As like when hip hop came, we all jumped on it. Right. We didn't know what the other was, but we said it's better than other stuff. So what do we tell the people?
I mean, that's an interesting thing that you brought up with hip hop and how different it is to Sun Ra. whether it is from the feeling that you get or like the difference of the music itself, there is a certain like a drag. You kind of are dragged into something with hip hop, and it's more of a question of why for me, rather than being dragged in the same way to Sun Ra. Because from the earlier discussion between Mayoshi and Ransom, the attraction that Sun Ra had was a different level or a different reason behind that even interaction. Because, you know, even in Chicago, Sun Ra would talk about different interactions with, he would say, yeah, when we came overseas, like from translating the slave trade, they took the kings and the prophets and everybody, and they all either became homeless or whatever, and everybody's all together and they're just talking. And he's also recognizing or recollecting like the experiences of having in-depth conversation with knowledgeable people that are, you know, now under, in a certain sense, either they're homeless or they're drugged out or whatever, and you wouldn't really even talk to them. So there's a reason why Sun Ra would be wanting to talk and teach kids, wanting to have an open home, wanting to be with people, and not in the opposite sense, like a hip hop artist or something like that, wanting to make money, like he was saying either before, or integrate into a situation that was antagonistic to the people or humanity. But Asante, if you wanted to, I'm sorry. It's just a bit of a system. Yeah.
No, but
That's all right. Take your time. It's not in a rush. You're not in a rush.
no, but I'm just thinking about the thing that the Samurai talks about is the discipline. So you could start off with the young people talking about discipline and how and that nothing happens without discipline. So then they say, "What you talking about? I ain't got no discipline." Well, what you mean? So then you could play the music and talk about him and ask them what they think about it. And you know what I think also too, like when I was teaching was, and this may sound elementary, but ask them to draw a picture with it too. Like write some sentences and draw a picture about it, even regardless of what age. You know, just yeah. That's what I think that a lot of students understood what I was saying to me when I would ask them to draw a picture and write 2 sentences, 2 things.
So, talk to me about, is it a genre? Is it a music technique? Talk to me about the skill set. Talk to me, like, is it iconic? Now, it's one thing that I got. I know when hip hop came out and when spoken word came out, I did teach some discipline. I didn't tell them that it was discipline. And the interesting thing is that when you mentioned the homeless thing and everything, that's what I did. I took everybody into my home and just created this whole spoken word thing. So now I'm kind of getting it. But I probably felt somewhat and got it, but I didn't get it intellectually. And now I'm kind of getting it intellectually.
Thank you. Would anybody else have any comments or questions, or did you want to respond? Sorry.
Well, I think the question that you raised is in part the question that the symposium is asking. You know, how can music save the children of this country, or how can music be used to save a generation or to awaken a generation, or even multiple generations who have been, like you said, I think the vision statement for the music symposium says that, you know, we're dealing with a generation of children, or even just of Americans who have been cognitively, morally, and psychologically manipulated, culturally manipulated by the system and by the ruling elite. And I think it's, for me, I feel like a lot of what I'm getting out of this symposium so far in the conversation is it's not really just about the technical side, but it's more about the spirit of the music and what we're trying to capture with that. But I also wanted to say, just as an aside, you may have noticed like us sitting over there with the sound table, and I just wanted to bring it up because like sometimes people are like, oh, like, are you guys like, you know, is this your job? Are you guys paid to do this? And, you know, like the rest of the organizers, like, yeah, none of us are paid to do this. I'm an English major. We literally taught ourselves how to do sound stuff for these events. And it's just, I just wanted to bring it up because, you know, as part of that, with this event, you know, in some ways, the sound has been really important for this symposium. And, you know, we've been trying to get the sound right, and sometimes it's not always right the way that we wanted to. But I wanted to bring that up because, you know, when we're doing like the soundboard stuff, like it really makes you listen to people, and not just the music, but listen to people, how they talk. And I really enjoyed just hearing people talk and even the voices that they have. And I think this symposium has given me a greater appreciation for sound and, you know, people's voices. Yeah, and so I just wanted to bring that up because, yeah, like sometimes people like look over and like, oh, who are those people? You know, we're all, you know, we're all part of the free school. But the other things I wanted to say is, I guess related, going back to like a lot of different things that have come up so far. This question of language and how Sun Ra uses language, and then how that's kind of interwoven with the music. The question of what is a revolutionary artist, which is a question that was raised yesterday during the discussion. And so for me, I guess to get into the language part, I think maybe one way we can understand language is, you know, a way of being understood and a way of understanding. But it's also part of, I guess if you go deeper, it's part of the structure of your mind or of your consciousness. You know, the way that people talk is not just the way of communicating, but that's also, it kind of becomes baked into the structure of the way that people think and all that stuff. Information. And, you know, I was thinking about this question of earlier, or throughout the symposium, we've been asking this question of like, is it jazz? Is it right to call it jazz? Should we call it freedom music? And then other interesting question of how come Sun Ra doesn't use that word freedom, or why does he take issue with the word freedom? And the way that I interpret it is that he's kind of taking down or forcing people to examine the American and white idea of freedom, or the way that freedom is used in the United States to mean, oh, the freedom to do whatever you want and to not take responsibility for anything. And you know, actually, what you brought up about the movie "Space Is the Place," he has another. This is kind of related, but in that movie, there's a scene where Sun Ra is speaking to a group of Black youth, and he says, "You have never been real in American society. This society has never treated you as real, and so we are going to become a myth." And I don't know. I just feel like the way that Sun Ra is using language, I don't fully understand it yet, but it's very innovative. And I think that he's, you know, forcing people to actually think more and to kind of reconsider themselves in a new way. And, you know, it also gets to like this whole concept of, you know, even Sun Ra living in a commune, I guess you could call a commune with the other members of the orchestra. But you know what Ransom and what Miyoshi brought up was, I feel like, especially for young people, when you bring up all these ideas of like someone like Sun Ra, what he kind of represents, or kind of image that people might have of an artist like him is like, oh, like you're like a hippie, you live in like a commune, you're divorced from people. But actually, what we discovered, or what you guys, what I learned from you guys is that actually, like what Sun Ra was doing and living with the other members of the orchestra was to be part of the community in North Philly and Germantown. And I think that, I don't know, I just feel like a lot of what I'm getting out of this is just that, yeah, Sun Ra is using language and using concepts in a new way. And I guess that gets to the other question of, you know, what does it mean to be a revolutionary artist, and why do we call composers like Duke Ellington Charles Mingus, Sun Ra Bootsy Collins as revolutionary artists. And I think it goes beyond the question of, oh, like, did Sun Ra say, I am a revolutionary? And I feel like it's not really simplistic like that. But really, in some ways, what I've been realizing, at least through the symposium, is in order to call someone like Sun Ra a revolutionary artist, in fact, depends on us and how we receive the music. Because the question of what is revolutionary music or art really is about what does the music do to people? What does the music do to you and to me? And so in that way, it's not just this kind of one-way thing of, oh, we say this person's revolutionary, whatever. But in fact, it's more about, yeah, like, what does the music do to you as a person? What does it do to your mind? What does it do to your sense of self and to how you see other people? And I don't know, I've just been really appreciating all this. And I really want to thank the organizers of the event for putting all this together.
Would you say that the difference between freedoms, and liberation are two separate entities? Like, freedoms are things that can be given and taken away, but liberation is not a birthright, it's your inheritance. I mean,
No, I mean, I like how you said that. But, well, the other thing is, I was also getting this from you, but this is not entirely like a direct response, but I think part of it is that, was I correct that you were saying that even some of the musicians in the orchestra didn't understand Sun Ra? And I think that, right. And I feel like that is important because, whatever we think about these concepts of freedom or what the music means, I think, first of all, I think Sun Ra would have wanted us to actually talk about it and to try to figure it out and to have this kind of discussion. But I think it also gets to what you were raising of, I think for the most part, I don't think that we understand what the music means or who these artists were, and that we're in the process of trying to discover that, but that's not going to be something which is, solved in just one conversation itself. But this is in some ways a beginning to try to figure things out. But yeah, I just wanted to say that. I don't know about English teacher. I was an English major.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Dwight, if you have something to say, you can approach the mic. Dwight, go ahead.
First of all, this is very good. We never had.
Speak into the mic, please.
Oh. First of all, this is very good. I enjoyed it because I have never had any people talk about Sun Ra like this before. What I can remember, I remember actually seeing Sun Ra. I think it was in Brooklyn, and I remember where I was sitting. I can visualize him now. I was sitting in the left, looking down, and he's coming out in these space uniforms, and the music is disjointed, and I'm thinking about how at the time, how can we relate to this? And what you guys are presenting to me is that it should be studied, and he was, as you pointed out, that he's an enigma in the sense that how can we figure him out? And I think that's why perhaps he didn't catch on as popular as he did, but I think he should be studied. I think he should be studied. And I did know one woman who was, her name was Verda May. Well, she came out in this silver space suit. But yeah, all I want to say is I want to compliment that. I think this may be the first time anybody really seriously talked about Sun Ra. I really do, at least to my knowledge, and I think it's very good.
Well, I wish the enigma, the whole enigma thing, the enigma. Yeah. Go ahead, Doc.
If you don't mind. Oh. Yeah, anything that's worth something has to be studied. If you can just get it, by just being passively a receiver of it, it's just like a consumer society. And I think, things are marketed to us or advertised to us. We can be passive consumers of it. That's in film, that's in music. Nothing means anything, and nothing has a lasting value. I think that Sun Ra can be introduced to children. I had 3 of my grandchildren here. I was so happy, by the way. And my sense, and they were 14, 12, and maybe 9. And I was very impressed with their interest, and their being here on such a beautiful weekend. And so I think our children and all children are capable of understanding, but then there has to be mentorship, there has to be a way, a pedagogy to help them understand. But I think for the larger society, I think most people have been put asleep. And most people have allowed their consciousness to be capped. And what Sun Ra, in part, is saying to the world, you need to wake up before it's too late. And, Crystal talked about the commonality between the free schools thinking and Sun Ra. And we would not have said that before we started preparing for this. But one of the things that we say is the people have to be awakened to the nature of the world in which they live. And it's just one small thing, and Dwight is right. Something of this magnitude, and one of the things we established early on, I hope we established it, is that Sun Ra is probably one of the great composers, at least of the last 100 years, maybe 200 years. There's nothing quite like him. And this is why I think we all are asking the question, well, is this jazz? What is this? Certainly, it builds upon the great traditions of the blues and the sorrow songs and jazz, but it goes in so many other directions. And so it must be studied, and it must be scientifically studied. And part of what we are doing, and what we're attempting to do, I don't know if we have been completely successful, but to open the door to a question that's very, very serious and before us all. What is music, and what is the function of music, and what is the function of philosophy? And isn't it somebody's responsibility to take something seriously? You understand what I'm saying? You got all of these activists who come and go every 6 months, but they're activists, and they loud, and they, whatever they want to be. But it's time to get serious. If you look around the free schools, all young people, and by the way, it's young people of multiple backgrounds and many languages. I mean, many languages are spoken in the free school. And I'm one of those people that only speaks one. That's why I was so happy when my granddaughter, they were leaving, her mom, and she's 12 years old, and her mother said to me that she's studying Mandarin with an astrobiologist, but she's studying Mandarin, and my other granddaughter, one of them is teaching herself Korean, and she studied, she goes to a French school. But I'm just saying, this free school is an attempt to create a world house of intellectuals of people who take other people seriously and who take music and art that is serious seriously. Yeah, we could just walk away from this tag. Well, why are you going to talk about Ellington and Mingus and Sun Ra? Ain't nobody listening to that. They listening to hip hop. Well, we got a problem with that. You know, because in a lot of ways, what is called culture and music today is a form, as Jerry said, of cognitive and cultural and moral manipulation. You know what I'm saying? But Sun Ra is the opposite, an alternative way of seeing yourself in the world. And so I think more than teach music, we have to teach an alternative moral system, an alternative system of values, because at this point, the people are incapable of fighting for their rights because of the confusion, the manipulation by the powers that be, etc. I mean, that's kind of the way I would begin to approach it.
I wanted to try to connect something from our previous day, the Afro-Asiatic Reconstitution, to today, which is this section, the end of the color line and pathways to unknown worlds. I view both geniuses in an act of love, seeing to try to overcome and undo what white supremacy has done for our relationship to ourselves and each other. And I think they're doing it in different ways that I'm trying to figure out. Yesterday with Duke Ellington, for example, the song I'll reference, Sleeping Lady and the Giant Who Watches Over Her, is actually referencing these two volcanoes in Mexico, which he learned about in his visit there, which I think is a way to connect with something that he feels has been lost with the destruction that white supremacy has gone on to us. Something that he can access because of what we call the black proletarian imaginary. Before we had quote unquote Western reasoning and the destruction of white supremacy, we try to both make sense of the world with this, quote unquote primitive imaginary of seeing nature, in this case, making sense of nature, but that involves assigning this great meaning to nature, viewing ourselves as part of it, fitting into this grander order of the divine. These gods that are in nature all represent a life force that exists within us. These volcanoes are supposed to be this, indigenous princess and this great warrior who have lost their lives loving each other. And so, in representing both nature and life force as people, it's I think very akin to, like, for example, when the Honorable Elijah Muhammad says that the black man is God. I think it's a very unique articulation, but I don't think it's a completely unique idea that men and women, we represent and can embody and fully become all that is good and truth and love. And it's unique the way I see Ellington doing it, because it's a beautiful love story, but it's the way he composes his piece, it's an abstraction on this. And I believe in the abstraction, he's trying to do something forward, moving for us to be one and whole and complete as a people, which I view Sun Ra as doing the same thing, with referencing that world extinction threatening level of violence that the white world is willing to do by dropping the atomic bomb, and then looking for a way out of the current path of destruction, saying we have to go to outer space, and I'm going to take you there with music. We have to go beyond what is currently possible, which doesn't negate this relationship to, I guess, our inheritance but also seeks to bring it forward. And so I guess it's more of a comment than a question of how we're trying to move forward to overcome white supremacy.
I think that was beautifully said because it reminded me something that also astounded me about Sun Ra. And when you mentioned the old folklore in Mexico in those mountains, and it reminded the volcanoes. Yeah, it reminds me so much of our discussion of different stories in Africa and Asia, and how those stories are messages of virtue, of principles, of behavior, how you treat each other. And another thing that I came across while our deep dive of Sun Ra had just begun, or meaning that we just kind of started, we're just scratching the surface of all of this, really, is his study of history. And, in addition to Jeremiah, what you brought up about language, the historical question I thought was so interesting, and how Sun Ra was trying to understand either the questions of the Bible, meaning inception, or even the basic, like the historical kind of where do things come from, why did things happen, and basically because the same story about the 12 tribes and how that related to the question of the Negro question and the white question, right? What is the responsibility of the last tribe? Why? Or if, like there's a lot of different ideas, and those questions are important as it regards to the identity or the purpose, like we were talking about, of like not only the music, but of the people. And I guess that kind of came round circle to, I'm sorry, I'm forgetting your name again. The question that you posed, which has more to do with Doc's answer, like what is the purpose of the music? What purpose are we setting out forward to, that we find important to teach? Not only the children, but be known by people in general. What is the important value system, the revolution of values that we want to take up? And whether that be in the stories or the history or the language, the philosophy, the science, everything needs to be attuned to that moral and struggle for freedom. And if anybody else has anything they wanted to bring up in the discussion, we certainly can.
I'll keep it fairly short, but I also wanted to touch upon what Doc was saying about what is important right now is to teach not maybe the technical aspects of the music, but a whole new moral system or a worldview that can actually explain what this music was supposed to be for. And I also wanted to respond to that, to the question you asked. Sorry, I don't know your name, but Charles, what you asked about Spaces and Place, because I saw that movie recently and I did not expect to understand all like it, but actually it ended up being pretty deep because, and this is also, I agree with what Eddie was bringing up, a lot of this idea of the mythology that is so pervasive in, Sun Ra's thinking. I think that is so similar to how we see the Nation of Islam and this idea of a mythology that reminds you that you as a people had a purpose, had a contribution to make to this world. And especially for Black people, having been told that you don't have any history, you can never surpass the white man, that mythology becomes that much important to reclaim that revolutionary moral imperative, which must be the driving force for your life. If you are to fulfill it, that prophecy of making that great contribution to all of humanity. And it's similar in sort of a similar way is how I see that movie that he, I think, partly wrote this screenplay for, where a lot of even this idea of space I see more metaphorically than like, you know, just an actual admission of space or life outside Earth and so on. Where in this movie, what he does is he basically comes to planet Earth as a messenger of a better place. And that better place is not a physical place, but a higher state of consciousness and a different moral system. And you see him in that movie, like he has to basically gamble for the fate of his people with this other black man who is representative, I think, of the black misleadership class, who tries to push black people towards the standards, degrading standards of white society, which makes them forget their humanity, which pushes them towards violence, which pushes them towards, you know, all sorts of things that, you know, the white society then uses to stereotype and put them down. And also, I think it is significant that the first thing he does when he lands on Earth is go to the youth. You know, it is his, and you know, it's his primary concern that the youth need to be protected from basically this immoral system, and they need to be trained in a value system that is moral. And so, you know, a lot happens. I would recommend that movie. I really liked it, but the end of it really is him leaving Earth with a lot of people, black people, and then there's this other character who is sort of an opportunist, record label guy, just trying to make money, is a little corrupt, and he says, and he's a black man, and he says, the black part of you comes with me, the white part needs to stay here. And I think this is very profound, because what he's saying is, I think there are two things that I got out of this movie. Is first, the sort of emphatic claim that there is a future to fight for, and second, that the white imaginary has no place in that future. And when he leaves with all these people, you can see Earth as it is implode, which is also, again, you know, I think a warning that as long as white supremacist standards are allowed to define what a human being can be, what music can be, what literature can be, what any kind of art can be, the Earth, you know, everybody on Earth is in danger. There's like an existential danger. And so yeah, this idea of the future, and you know, connected to how it's mistaken for something like Afrofuturism. Sunra's idea of the future is not an escape. Sunra's idea of the future is something for us to struggle for. You know, it's not a future of escape. It is basically to struggle to make sure that peace is what triumphs, that love is what triumphs. And the reason why that kind of futurism will not be so easy to talk about when you talk about Sunra is because it actually puts a demand on us, because that future is for us to struggle for. He's basically saying the future will be whatever you take it upon yourself, take responsibility to struggle for. And
yeah, no, thank you. I think that's a great segue into the next section. I just want to thank also your question, and thank you for the participation. I appreciated the discussion. But with that message, we wanted to arrive at Bootsy. So I'm going to ask Kathy to introduce him.
Yeah, I like how you said arrive at Bootsy, because we have finally arrived at the fourth composer of our two-day symposium. And so I think in many ways, the transition here from Sunra to Bootsy, I'll just say for a long time, I don't know if I had fully understood. You know, we had been talking so much about three figures that have been considered for so long and, you know, presented to us as jazz musicians. But I think, and Bootsy is like a pioneer of funk, but in our conversations today and yesterday, one, we've also overturned this idea that like, oh, like music fits so neatly into these genres that like actually do more to, you know, reduce them or, you know, narrow them rather than actually see how they all fit together in a revolutionary canon or a revolutionary tradition. And for us, I think we are taking up this question of what does it actually mean for Sunra's music to actually be imperative, which actually has not been done by a lot of jazz musicians. It's a little easier to remain more content for so many musicians to like have jazz remain more nostalgic or more comfortable rather than take up these very, as Corbett said, very demanding positions, like very serious positions that Sun Ra asks you to consider, these huge philosophic, moral, aesthetic leaps. But at the same time, we've discovered that actually funk was ready to do that. Funk was ready to make a big break with all the sound that had come before it and all these expectations of white normality, and actually embrace the future and embrace Sun Ra's vision and embrace so much of what we were talking about in terms of this mythic cosmology, these sensibilities, and present music as a vessel for freedom, a vessel for unity, a vessel for returning people, restoring people to a more conscious state and a freer state, and a state where actually the values of love and unity can actually mediate human relationships, especially at a time when so much of funk was actually being pioneered in the wake of Martin Luther King's assassination, all of these urban riots, and the rise of the increasing militarization of the Vietnam War. And so with that, I want to really say that, for looking at Bootsy Collins, which is still relatively new for a lot of us, a very different kind of sensibility, it still in many ways is a case for showing how Sun Ra is the leading edge of music, of Black music that must be taken up for music to actually progress and move into a new stage. And that this is actually a really big difference between what we've been identifying as the music of cognitive manipulation, of distortion, of commercialization, and materialism and nihilism that we have been presented for my generation, but at least since the last 40, almost 50 years. And so I'd like to say a few words about Bootsy Collins and then some of the clips we'll be seeing in a short while, and then we can transition to our final discussion. But Bootsy was born William Earl Bootsy Collins in Cincinnati, Ohio in 1951, and he was raised also by his mother alongside his brother Phelps Collins, also known as Catfish Collins, and his sister. And his mother worked a lot of different jobs to make ends meet, and Bootsy will recall that she would have to move his family from house to house across Cincinnati if the rent wasn't paid on time. But amid all of that, Bootsy was raised with a lot of love, and he really looked up to his older brother, and he really taught himself the guitar and the electric bass. And his journey into funk really began when he joined the rising star James Brown, the great R&B, soul, and funk figure, on tour and in recording sessions while he stopped in Cincinnati. And for Bootsy, Brown became a father figure who taught not only music, but also a sense of discipline and a philosophy that you'll see Bootsy talk about called the One, which is not only a musical motif of always returning to the first of your 4 beats in any measure to create the structure for your music, but also a foundational philosophy and worldview about returning to what you know is essential and returning to what it is that, in many ways it is like the discipline that we talk about so much with Sun Ra. And so the other set of videos that we'll also screen is that Bootsy had found that his time with James Brown was very formative. He was able to travel and learn a great deal, but that he had a greater contribution in music to make. And the next few videos we'll show would be actually when he joins George Clinton and Parliament Funkadelic, which I think we brought up a little bit before so far, and that, it was in Detroit that Bootsy joins this big collective of musicians centered around George Clinton in what were these overlapping bands: Parliament, Funkadelic, Bootsy's own rubber band, but also Parlette and the Brides of Funkenstein, a women's group. And so a lot of it was actually also held together by this cosmic mythology that I think we've seen really take a lot of inspiration from Sun Ra, but also even the Nation of Islam, where essentially they told this mythology through their albums, their songs, but also even comic books, as well as their live performances that reenacted so much of this mythology, with each member dressed up as a different character. That funk was a music that originated with the ancient Egyptians, but was lost to humanity until the heroes of Parliament Funkadelic brought back this music from space through a mothership. And that this mothership would help people on Earth's people reach a spiritual state of freedom and unity with the truth. But this would actually spark this cosmic battle between the heroes of funk versus these forces of evil, kind of similar to the Space is a Place, actually, film, where the forces of evil would try to suppress and corrupt the people's ability to accept the funk or even fake the funk. But that ultimately, you can kind of tell, this sounds very familiar to us because we've been spending so much time like studying Sun Ra, but also seeing how these are not that like tightly cloaked metaphors for how the Black struggle has to triumph over whiteness and white supremacy. And so, yeah, and I mentioned this before, but George Clinton developed all of this as a response to the counter-revolution that was happening in the 1970s, presenting a message of healing and coming together and triumph in the time of King's assassination, the takedown of the Black Panther Party, increasing divisions and uncertainty, and yeah, urban uprisings. And so in many ways, funk chose to speak in these metaphorical, mythic, but also very comedic or satirical terms, but could also serve to be a broad demand for its listeners to give up whiteness. And so it's not surprising that all of this originates when Sun Ra is at its peak in the late 70s. And so, yeah, well, funk never quite, say, reached the same philosophic heights that Sun Ra's music did. It still remained a body of work that's committed to freedom, and using humor and spectacle to ridicule the oppressor and subvert white normality. And so the few songs from Parliament Funkadelic that we'd like to screen were all live. They're 2 live performances in which you'll see their very signature carnivalesque style of dressing up, of each band member dressing up as characters from the Parliament Funkadelic mythology, wearing a lot of wigs, maybe some ermine fur, maybe some diapers, maybe some costumes. Those who know, you will all know soon. But the first song is The Mothership Connection, which actually does feature a built 12-sided spaceship descending onto the stage. And the way it's done is that it's summoned by a vocalist and guitarist who has this actually very beautiful and haunting voice, Glenn Goins, chanting Swing Low, Sweet Chariot. Actually, I also wanted to mention that, yeah, Glenn Goins is in this clip. I think he's probably 23, but he passes away a year later due to lymphoma. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Actually, you know. But that voice is very, very beautiful and haunting. So that's the first song from Parliament Funkadelic that we'll screen, and the second one is One Nation Under a Groove, also performed live, where basically, yeah, it builds on the philosophy of the One by demonstrating that funk is not only capable of creating new musical configurations, but also a new political body, where its citizens pledge its allegiance to solve their problems with the values of love and unity and freedom. And so there's a lot of comparisons made between funk and white rock and roll, but I think with this overview and this description, it just seems like this music is so much more rooted in the Black proletarian consciousness and imaginary, and its rejection of war and poverty and racism, and really demanding a total transformation of America and the world's peoples. And so the last song we'll screen is from when Bootsy led his own band, the Bootsy's Rubber Band, composing, and his music, I think you can tell, is a little more distinct from Clinton's Parliament Funkadelic in that it's slower, the music is a little bit more complex, it's a little bit more experimental in its harmonies, and it explores the Black romantic ideal, such with the song "I'd Rather Be With You," which I think is something that, is something that a tradition that many of his R&B contemporaries, like Marvin Gaye and Teddy Pendergrass, explores, which bridges the divide between Black men and women with tenderness. And this love, in many ways, isn't just romantic; it's also political. And it's just an insistence on this Kingian vision of love that demanded so much more of a relinquishing of whiteness and an embrace of the American people and their relationships to one another based on new values. And so with that, we also believe that funk embraces modernity, tying humanity's future to ingenuity, freedom, spiritual fulfillment, and you'll see the ways in which technological advancements in electronic instruments and stage aesthetics, just like Sun Ra, helped them craft a new sound in funk and assume an optimistic worldview that demanded the triumph of Black values actually for America and all peoples. And we do believe that this is something that will help us further understand what the legacy of Sun Ra and his music and his contributions are. And in many ways, I'm curious to see how we'll be able to flesh this out as well. But I do believe that it is also rooted in Du Bois's initiation of a new world movement of thought, begun in the early 20th century and now moving into the last quarter of the 20th century. So with that, I present to you this video.
I am Bootsy Collins. I'm a bass player, and I've been a musician ever since I was like, I guess, what you say, 12, 13 years old. I went out on the road with the Christian Airs. That's where I started with the gospel, playing gospel, and started kind of graduating from there. And I've been in the business, I'm 73 now, so how many ever years that is. I didn't go too far in school, so I can't count that much. But that's who I am, and that's where I came from.
Okay. And you could describe funk in a few words. How would you describe it?
Funk for me, if you're just talking about music, and that's something I have been debating with, because I think funk is deeper than just about music. Funk is where you come from. And funk is making something out of nothing. And that's what we all did. It ain't like something I invented. It's when you don't have nothing, that's when you start to do for yourself and others. And you come up with some of the greatest stuff. If you think back, all the amazing cats and chicks was, they started out with nothing. It's the same thing in sports too. So, funk is making something out of nothing.
So funk is such a revolutionary genre. What point in your career felt like a turning point to, I guess, being successful? Because I know sometimes as an artist, you may not know right off bat what's going on, but was it something that happened or a show or something?
I think, well, I know that when we got with James Brown, we was considered, bad, like these boys, But we had to earn the rep. We came in and they was already, James Brown. They was already James Brown. So we had to come in to learn as opposed to come in and show y'all the way, So I think it was better for us coming in, like we come in to learn, from the master.
Pacemakers, right?
Yeah, pacemaker. And we was all from Cincinnati here. And, you know, when we came in, like I said, I think we had the right attitude to actually absorb the things around us. You know, other than that, we would have been the hard head, knuckleheads that we really were, you know, out on the street. You know, and I feel like James Brown came and saved us, you know, from the street. So, yeah.
So with you all being from the Pacemakers being from Cincinnati, how do you guys meet to form the band? Was it hanging out, mutual friends, or?
I think all the musicians kind of got hip to each other, you know. And I was more like the baby boy, you know, like everybody else was from 8 to 20 years older than I was out on the, you know, on the Chitlin circuit. So, you know, by my brother being out in it, you know, 8 years before I even thought of it, you know, I wanted to be like him, and I wanted to hang with his friends, not my age. You know, my age was they wasn't there, they wasn't cool. You know, I like to hang with the cool brothers, you know, the ones that had the swag and the, you know, the outfits and the hair fried, dyed, and laid to the side, you know. So I wanted to be like that, and my brother was like that, so I followed him. We didn't have a father in the home, so my brother was the man, you know. He was the one I looked up to.
Ra Bootsy, give him a big round of applause. Bootsy! 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 Come on! Come on! Bootsy! Get it! Come on! Do it! Come on! Come on, hit it! Move it, get it! Move it back!
One, two, three, and you hit on the one, you know, one, you know. And then you would try to fit your different notes, what you felt in between that, like, you know, and that's the funk, you know, and you can change that, you know, it's however you feel, but you just have to fit it between that space, that little space that you got, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, you know, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, and then you go back to your funk. Here you go, 1, and then you want to break it down, break down, 1, 2, 3, 4, you know, and there you go. You got your basic funk formula there. You know, you can do anything you want to do with it, you know.
Let me ride, swing down, sweet chariot something. Let me ride, swing down, sweet chariot. I want everybody to stomp your feet up in the balcony. Swing down, sweet chariot something. Let me swing down, sweet chariot something. gonna see if we can get the mothership in here tonight. Keep it moving, y'all. And say swing down. Oh, let me ride. Swing down, sweet chariot down back. I want to hear y'all singing. I want you to swing down. I said swing down, sweet chariot down back. I want everybody raise your hand and move them back and forth across the room. Come on, then move your body. Yeah. Everybody move your body. Everybody swing down. Hey, y'all can do better than that, because we got to get the mothership in here tonight. And it's going to take energy to get the mothership in here tonight. Raise your hand. Everybody just raise your hand. I said swing down, say chariot down, band. Let me ride. I'm going to swing down, chariot down, band. Let me ride. Swing down, just stop it. Let's just swing down. Yeah. Do you wanna fly, Houston? Do y'all wanna fly this evening? Do you wanna ride on the mothership? No. Do you wanna fly? Yeah, bring it down. Swing down. Just stop it. Let me ride. Put your hands together, y'all. Just stop it. Let me ride. Swing down. Just stop it. Let me ride. Somebody help me sing, y'all. Let me ride. After the mothership comes, let me ride. There will be no second coming. Let me ride. When the mothership comes, yeah, you better be ready to ride. Houston, do you want to ride, y'all? Yeah, let me ride. Do you want to ride tonight, y'all? Yeah, do you want to ride? Ooh, yeah. Do you want to ride? Bring it down one more time. Tonight, yeah, me ride. I wanna ride tonight, yeah. Let me ride. I want the mothership to land right in here, and when it comes, I wanna ride, yeah. Let me ride. Somebody help me sing, swing down. Come on, you stand, y'all. Let me ride. Come on, sing, y'all. Stop and let me ride. Somebody help me, Lord. Swing, yeah, let me ride. Swing down, yeah. Stop. Wait a minute. Me ride. I think I see the mothership coming, Lord. Me ride. I think I hear the mothership coming, yeah. Me ride. I think I see the mothership coming, yeah.
right, Houston. It's all right. It's gonna be all right all night long. Let's turn it into a disco. Take it up a little bit, fellas. Make it real happy. We got to go to the disco.
Here's a chance to dance our way out of our constriction. We're gonna be free, yeah, up and down in the alleyway. With the crew, I only got myself on you. Ready or not, here we go. Getting down on the one which we believe. One nation under a girl. Get it on the good foot. Getting down to that. The funk of it. One nation.
Yeah. Keep it right there. Hold it back right there. It's all right.
We're giving you more of what you're fucking for. Please don't forever know. Do you promise to follow the whole wrong? Nothing but the ball.
Yeah, keep the groove right there. Keep it steady. Come on, y'all. Y'all can sing out there if you wanna. Keep it in the pocket, cause I want everybody to get on tonight. It's my chance to dance my way. Please don't feel me now. Yeah. Now y'all can do it one more time for me. Just raise your hand for a minute. Everybody raise your hand with me. You ain't got to keep them along. Yeah, shine the camera on that out there. Everybody raise your hand. That's it. Now move them back and forth like that. God damn, that look good. Well now, is that one nation or not? Is it one nation or not?
Is that one nation? Say yeah. Say yeah. Say yeah.
Yeah, it's so good. Keep the groove going, fellas. Keep it up there now.
I did you promise to fall the whole funk, nothing but the ball. I really do. Look at me. Everybody say it now.
Here we come. Get in there.
The one which we believe. Here's my chance to dance my way.
And I'm giving you more.
I ain't gonna give you more.
We're giving you more of what we're falling for.
Beat don't
keep the groove going.
Do you promise to fall? What do you say? Say yeah. Do you promise to fall?
We can promise to fall. The whole world.
Sing the song. Can we get it on my good foot? Good God. Get it on the bottom. I want everybody out there to say something.
Say what? Getting down.
He don't fail me now.
Don't stop singing. I want everybody to lift your voice and sing One Nation. Getting down.
Keep it up there. Keep it going. Keep it on the bottom.
Keep the bottom in there. I want it to be like a clock. I want everybody out there to sing the song for me.
Getting down just the funk away. Sing it.
y'all stop. Don't y'all stop. Keep singing the song.
One nation under a
Give me my disco.
baby. One nation under
Don't stop there. Well, don't stop if you need it.
one nation under a get down, baby. One nation.
I want y'all to say it. I hear somebody over here ain't saying it. Let me hear you say it.
One nation under a get down, baby. One nation.
Don't y'all stop. I don't want you.
Hey, y'all stop playing. I want y'all to sing it by yourself. Say one. Let your feet fan you now. Say.
All right. Ever since the beginning of time, ladies and gentlemen, man has been doing what he can to try to show his affection to woman. Show his affection to his specific lady. Sometimes it's done with a kiss. Sometimes it's done with a touch. Sometimes it's done with a whole lot of kisses and a whole lot of touches. With the fingers, as well as other parts of the body. Trying to get his point across. Trying to let his woman know how much he dig her, how much he adore her. In keeping with that trend, ladies and gentlemen, we the members of Bootsy's Rubber Band would like to, first of all, say thanks very kindly for bringing us this far. That's to everybody, and to especially the ladies. We have flowers for you, so if you can bring the house lights up just a little bit, we got some flowers for the women, see? This is our way of saying thank you. Here you go, man. Right on. Now, see, we went to Africa and got those flowers. Those flowers got a curse on them. All the women that got flowers, for some reason, you can't help but say yes. A whole lot of kisses and a whole lot of touches. Thank you very kindly. I can remember at the beginning of the set when we spoke of a group of young men originating out of Cincinnati, Ohio. We failed to mention names. We didn't give you any names, any birth signs, anything of that sort. Sometimes we don't have time to go into that. But what we feel that is extremely necessary and what we must do each and every night is to introduce to you Bootsy's Rubber Band Singers. So if you will, ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause first of all for Bone. Bone, Bootsy's Rubber Band Singers. Bone. And his partner Peanut. Peanut. We love y'all.
I'd rather be with you. Yeah, I'd rather be with you. I'd rather be with you. Yeah, I'd rather be with you.
Till I do. Oh yes, I do. I'd rather be with you until that day will fly away. I used to love that smiling face in the early side. I can have you to myself in life so fine.
I'd rather be with you.
want to be your friend, not now and then, but until the end. I just love the way you act, and that's fact. I want to be your number one, so yes to that. Oh, I just like to say that, oh, man. Long time, man.
Baby, yeah.
I know you might think I'm trying to be funny, baby. I'm really serious. Oh. It's a cold, cold world, baby. I'd really rather be with you, baby.
I just rather be.
Let me just take my time, baby. I'll show you how much I love you. I'll let it just play for you on my space base. Is it all right? Okay, in order to do that, y'all got to give me the funk in order for me to give you the funk. So let's pop our fingers right here. Quiet, fellas, real down. I want to hear the pops. I'm gonna take you there, baby. You know that place I was telling you about? Huh. I'm gonna take you there. Just keep popping your fingers, baby. And I'm gonna cream. You're gonna see me coming. I'm gonna come all in your face, baby. Hold on, baby. Pop on, baby. Watch out. I'm gonna take you there, baby. Watch out. Oh, baby. Can I take you there? Can I take you there, baby? Okay, keep popping. I ain't through yet. Give me them pops. We just about there. We're gonna nut this time, okay? Is it all right? We're gonna nut. We're gonna come at the same time. Be all right, baby. I just like to talk to you for a while.
I'd rather be with you. Yeah, I do. I'd rather be with you. Yeah. Yeah, I'd rather be with you.
Well, that was such a triumphant note to lead on that I feel like we should go straight into the jazz and funk dance party. But we just wanted to say a few things just to say how special it is actually to reach this point of the program where, you know, I was just talking with Crystal, we started on day one with Duke in 1899, and here we are talking about funk with the living, breathing artist, Bootsy Collins. And so, I mean, all of this brings us to a reflection on where music is today and how much of what we've seen in funk is probably one of the last iterations of a Black music committed to freedom like this. I'm not so certain the music that has come since quite even reaches that criteria and that imperative and that sense of a future, that sense of love and that sense of joy and unity. And I think it is something that we want to just, you know, leave everybody with. And yeah, I'm wondering if you want to say a few words as well, but we just wanted to thank everybody for coming to this, and thank you for your attention over these last 2 days and for contributing all your thoughts. And it's been a really beautiful journey through music, but also through the ideas and through, our task for today. And I really appreciate that question that we asked in our last discussion portion around what do we tell the young people? What music should they listen to? Where will they find their way back to this music? Where will all of us find our way back to this music? And for like people, like I know I wasn't raised with this music, but in this journey alone to listen for the past several months to just Black music like this, a music of freedom, it's really changed me. It's really changed me in all the best ways. And I feel like you have talked so much about the criteria for the musicians and the artists and a philosophy, music not just as entertainment, but as a philosophy for the future. And so I just wanted to turn it over to Serafina and a couple actually of my co-organizers. Michelle, do you want to come up? And maybe a couple of us kind of say a few words before we transition into cleaning up for the dance party and then actually getting into the dance party. You want to start? Michelle? Oh, okay, we can just do that. Sure.
Well, I just hope everybody stays around for the funk dance party. It's my own personal playlist, and I hope you enjoy it. But I want to join with Kathy in thanking everyone for coming, for staying. And of course, for me, this has been the best Mother's Day that I could have imagined. Really, I think although my mother is not here, I think she would be proud of what we've done today on Mother's Day. And of course, I could not have had a better Mother's Day than have had 3 of my granddaughters here. So I want to thank you all.
I don't even know, because I feel like it should end with that. But in my heart, I have to say that I want to aspire to the standard that we set forth in the past 2 days. And the reason why, for me, that this journey to this symposium has been emotional is because of the importance of the imperative and the desperate need for a positive culture and a worldview that is entirely different than what we have been spoon-fed, degraded by, antagonized by, treated like we're stupid by. And we can do so much with the ideas we set forth in the symposium and what we will move forward with as we continue our investigation and our scientific endeavors to discover a new language, a new order of being, to study more and be inspired by the beauty of all of which will spring from that study itself. And I'm honored to have endeavored this with all of you today and endeavored this with everybody who stands next to me. And in the surprise that I find myself in, I'd like to say that I'm very grateful to start this journey again, to be inspired and learn as we move forward in the rest of the year. And I hope that we won't forget that. So thank everybody. I really thank everybody. So now we have to clear the floor for our dance party. Thank you so much for coming. I appreciate it.